Oh,
Yes.
That other one's still on.
Since they invited you first, who gets to talk first on this debate?
I totally botched this one up, but let's give it a go. It's true level bitch, but acoustic. So, I gotta change a couple things. There might be a little bit of fan in the background, but oh, this is good. I didn't realize this. Just found it out. Check this out. We are in a war that's in the mind for all to face. Choices will be made. You can choose to let your mind be free. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you'll find we're all looking for the truth. And we will watch it die. We will watch it all come tumbling down. We're tired of the lies. We're tired of the obfuscation now. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you'll find we're all looking for the truth. Let these shadows win. Step into the light. We will not let these shadows win. Step into the light. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you'll find we're all looking for the truth. And we will watch it burn. We will watch it all come tumbling down. But from the ashes come something that is pure for all to see. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you find, in
find. Yes, in the end you'll find we're all looking for the truth.
And we are live. Welcome everybody. Free for all Fridays. We are live. There will be a debate later on, I think. I don't know. I'm going to have a little bit of a look to see whether a message has come through or something, but there should be a message coming through. Not yet, apparently. About a debate later on today that I shall be having over on Modern Day Debates, hopefully, fingers crossed. Don't know whether it's going to happen or not. We'll have to see what happens. But yes, this is Free for All Friday. And I'm guessing there's a fair few topics for everybody to go over for this week. There's been some crazy shit going on all week. Blue Marble left of his own accord. I think he was feeling a bit butthurt because he was talking to Mobius. I noticed Sean G's disappeared as well. Maybe that's Mobius again. We have some very simple arguments that seem to be troubling a lot of people. And some very strange reactions that occur. So, welcome everybody. Click on the link. Come on in. Discuss about whatever you want. This is Free for All Friday. After all. Seeing as I ramble on over the week and give everybody else a chance. Anyone got anything they'd like to talk about? Guess not. I'll start rambling again then. Yeah, I had a message early on this week from James of Modern Day Debates asking me if I would like to do a debate. I said, I'm not a flat earther, I'm not FE, but I love the idea of the trivium and I'm up for debating. So what's the topic? What does he want to debate? And he didn't really know. So I said, I've got a couple of arguments, which a lot of people say is definitely FE arguments. So I gave them to him and he went off and checked and then came back and said, yeah, that's okay then. So we've got some arguments that apparently can be presented as FE. But I'll just present them as arguments that I have. And the globe earth guy will rebut them. Because apparently it's FE stuff. So yeah, that's what I'll be doing later on, hopefully. 3 a.m. for me, so in like 5 hours time. So I might have to do a 5-hour live stream and then go and do the debate. May have a little bit of a break in between. Don't know. We'll see how it goes. see how much I'm waffling on.
Bev, Since I'm new to the server, and this is conspiracy talking, I have a question, and I'm new to the server, so um, I'd like to get you or anybody else's input on the answer to this question. Um, because I ask it often outside the server when I encounter people who just blindly believe in the heliocentric model. That you guys present, or do you ever present as one of your arguments the formula, which is if the Earth is 27,000, or is it 27,000 miles in circumference, or is it 24,000? Whatever the circumference formula is in figuring out the curve, that it's supposed to be like what, 8 inches of curvature for every was it mile squared? If you ever present, because that's one of my go-to arguments in debunking the heliocentric model as to why that curvature can't be found or measured in any body of water. And I use water because the Earth is 70% covered in water. What is the rebuttal to that argument? Because math is an exact science. Yeah, like there's no room for error. You get one digit wrong, or period, or a decimal point in the wrong place, the whole thing comes out wrong.
Yeah,
right?
well,
So the formula for a sphere is the
where
same.
do you
no
get
matter
that
how
from?
great.
Where does it come from? Seeing as you're
Well,
talking about maths.
The formula for defining the curve
The
of
one
a
that
given
the one that
sphere,
you just
right?
stated.
It's a common talking point that I would hear brought up in another server.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, in your mind, because you say it's mathematical. Where does it come from? Like, how does that maths get derived? Where does the formula and everything actually come from? Like, how does that math work?
It's the formula in figuring out the degree of the curvature in any given sphere, right? It's the same formula. So because we know the given circumference, is like, well, we don't know, right? This is what the heliocentric model purports. We don't know, but the heliocentric model purports that the given circumference of the Earth is. Let me Google it again because I forget the numbers off the top of my head. What is the circumference of the Earth? 24,901 miles, right? So if that's the given circumference of any sphere, whether it's the Earth or any sphere, then there's a formula for determining the curvature, right?
Well,
And
do
so
you
the
know where that
curvature,
comes from?
that's just the formula for the circle. I'd have to Google it. I don't know who came up with it.
No, not the formula for a circle. It's just pi d, circumference. But you know that number. In order for you to attach a number to something, do you know where the number comes from?
Well, the heliocentric model provides the number 24,900
Yeah, do you know where it
miles in
comes from?
circumference. That's just what they said. I don't know what they substantiate that on. I don't believe it, but that's what their model gives.
Well, that's what we do here. We do advanced simplicity. We take everything back to the basics. So if there's a number that's at the end of a calculation, there's obviously a formula that derives it, the bit that comes before that.
Right. I don't know. I'm not going to sit up here and say I know the heliocentric model. I don't believe it. I'm not an expert in explaining it. I just know that what they purport is the surface curve of the Earth is 24,901 miles. So if that's the case, if their heliocentric model were true, then from the ground you should be able to demonstrate curvature, because there would have to be curvature 8 inches for every mile squared, just based on the formula to determine the sphere.
What does that mean?
Well, what I'm
I know you're saying it, but what does it actually mean? a curvature of 8 inches squared.
It's not present, which
Square.
is indirect in the earth. So my point is, what is the argument? What are your common responses? Like, if you make that argument with someone who believes in the heliocentric model, like if you started with that, because that's the basis. That's one of the base points of their model, that the Earth is a 24,900 mile circumference.
I know you keep saying that.
So,
you keep saying the
right.
numbers.
I know.
But here
So-
is the argument that you keep
Okay.
missing. Where does it come from?
That's not what I'm asking, though. Like, I think you're missing my question. My question is to you: if that is true, which I don't believe it is, if it were true, then that means there's 8 inches of curvature for every mile square, given this total number,
He's just said
and
that
that's based
again,
on a
isn't it?
formula.
You don't know where it
Right?
comes
That's
from.
based. Well,
You're just saying things like, for you, those numbers, right, have just been given to you, and you keep repeating them. You don't
you
know.
want- you
You
want me
don't know
to-
why
right, I
they've
don't-
given it you. You don't know for what purpose or where they've come from. You
that's
just
not
keep
the
repeating
point.
them.
That's not the point that I'm making, Beth. That's not the point. It doesn't matter where the number comes from.
It
I'm
does.
using well, here's why it doesn't matter to me. Because it's their number that's based on a model that is not true. So it's false, right? So if you're figuring out something and you're trying to determine truth, so we're starting with the falsity to begin with. So when you're having a debate with someone, I try to start with something in common that we can just start talking about, right? So if I were to say, okay, granted, we'll just take for granted, let's say your 24,900 mile surface curve model were true. If that were true, then that would mean that for every mile square, there would be 8 inches of curvature, because a sphere is a constant curve. I don't think anybody here will argue that. So that would be one thing that no matter what side of the debate you're on, we would all agree that a sphere is a constant curvature. Now, if you now depending on how large or small that sphere is, that is still true. Doesn't matter the size, but because they've given you the size, the formula for the sphere is represented by numbers. You have to plug them in. So they gave you the surface curve, the circumference number. So if you want to figure out the constant curve, it's 8 inches for every mile square. So where is it in the earth? And whenever I've asked someone that, can you find it? Can you demonstrate it? Because a mile square is not a huge area. You know what I mean?
Do they say, what the fuck are you talking about? Ever? Or do they are they just really, really happy that you just keep spouting their numbers?
No, I back it up with.
Well, I think those numbers have never been said so many times.
Well, I used to hear it all the time, and when other people would join.
Not in here though.
No,
that's why we're saying, where does it come from?
Right. That's why I asked the question, because I'm new to the server and I came from a different server, right? And I would hear this talking point a lot. So my question was, and when it was presented to me about where do you see this curve at, it was one of the things that was presented to me in doing my own research. Well, like, dang, you should be able to go out and just verify that yourself at a beach or a body of water or whatever. You can't find that curve anywhere on the earth.
How many years have you been doing this?
I would say probably like 5 years.
And the same argument sounds scripted. Sounds like you've done it quite a few times.
Well, no, I've heard it from other people more than a few times, because again, their basis on what they purport on the heliocentric model doesn't change.
Yeah,
they
seem to be like you,
that
though.
Get from people,
right? The same thing that I've always heard. I mean, we went over this a few years ago. That's why I'm saying, because nobody else has bothered trying it round here. Because, like we say, where does it come from? Where do these numbers come from? What are you doing? You're just repeating words and numbers that you've heard other people say.
Yeah, I'm not. Listen, I'm not going to argue that with you, because that's not the point. Like we're not talking about the same thing. It doesn't matter where that number comes from, because it's not true to begin with. But it doesn't. It's not true, so it's not even a consideration.
What's not true?
the model is not true. So what difference does it make where
Where
the
number
came
come from? Well, because the
What
number
difference
comes
does it
from
make who
reality,
started
right?
what
The
it's
number
not if it's
has
not
to come
true.
from reality.
It's not if it's not true,
It is true,
right?
though.
If
The
a
number
lie
that
is
derives all of that stuff that you've just been talking about, in a backwards, complicated way, comes from a very simple measurement from reality.
someone is claimed that someone who purports the heliocentric model to be true, whoever that may be, whoever wants to take credit,
Get the
whoever
model.
discovered
Drop,
the
drop,
heliocentric model.
drop, drop the model.
I'm not dropping it because I don't support it and I don't believe in it.
Okay.
This is what you can Google. If you Google the heliocentric model, circumference of the Earth, this is the response you're going to get back that is purported to be fact. Okay, I don't believe in it. So let me just reiterate that. I do not believe in it. So to me, who came up with the number, where it doesn't matter because we're already starting with what I believe is a falsity, right? So if I were to humor someone for the sake of debate and say, let's just say for argument's
Believe
sake,
it's a falsity.
this number, I'm not saying I believe a falsity. What I said was,
No, I said you believe it is a falsity.
I don't believe in the heliocentric model.
Right, okay.
Therefore, I do not believe this number to be true.
Okay.
So, but for the sake of having a debate with someone who believes in this model, I would say, for the sake of argument, let's just say this number were in fact true.
What?
That the surface curve.
You know, I bet they love you, don't you? You would say you are a would you call yourself a flat earther, but not a flat earther? What would you call yourself?
I don't like the word flat Earth. So
you like the word.
I don't like that. I do not like the label. So if I were going to have this debate with someone, and this is brought up, and I've seen it brought up in many debates. This is my first time in this channel. For argument's sake, in the debate, I try to start with something common that we can agree on. So for the and then make my point to what we don't agree on based on something that where we can start with some type of common ground, right? And so because they believe in this model, and most people who believe in it don't know it, and most people I've asked who do believe that the Earth is round, who believe in the heliocentric model, don't even know what
you mean
what
by
they say the
round?
circumference is, or a sphere, or a ball, or whatever. So most people who believe in that don't even know the basic of the heliocentric model, which is that
You don't.
the curve is. I don't.
Yeah.
So I just had to Google it. So the basic of that model is that the Earth is 24,900 miles. So I say if this is.
But you don't know where that number comes from.
Oh my God, Bev! Like this is. I'm gonna stop talking now. Thanks, but thanks. Nice talk.
Okay.
Yeah,
you don't know where
we're not getting anywhere. We're not getting anywhere. I'm done.
If I
Go on,
can,
Kev.
and this is somebody that's new to the server, so maybe we'll grant a little bit of leeway here. But what's being talked about now is akin to granting someone the idea that Santa Claus is real, and we're going to discuss how Santa Claus can hit every house in a single evening around the world and at the same time go down chimneys that don't exist. So we're going to entertain that because we can Google how Santa Claus does what Santa Claus does, and somebody that's put something out on Google, wherever that comes from. And that's why Bev is saying it's important to know if you're going to enter into a real debate, it's important to know where these things originate. Because if you don't know where these things originate, let me finish. If you don't know where these things originate, there's really no way for you to argue in a classical sense, provide an argument for or against it. All you're doing is entertaining an idea for the sake of entertaining the idea. And if someone is attempting to put out an idea that is false, that is bogus in some way, the absolute best thing you can do as far as they're concerned is to keep parroting the thing that doesn't exist. So on this server, we try to refrain from those things and talk about things that we actually do know.
Okay, Kevin. First of all, I don't disagree with anything you just said, right? And I just want to say I completely understand it. Your analogy of Santa Claus was funny, but
Santa Claus is not the whole theory behind it, where it originated. We know that's not true, right? Who made it up doesn't matter. It's false. We know that. Um, it's not mathematical. There's nothing about Santa Claus in the whole falsity of it that has any math or formula to it, right? So even though you gave an analogy, it doesn't really fit with my point, right? My point is not to substantiate their claim, right?
But you
And
are.
oh, I'm not. I do not.
You
I
are.
think I'm not, Kevin. And
Yes.
understand.
Yes, you are.
No, no, I'm
Yes.
not. Let me
Yes, you
say this,
are.
and let me tell you why I disagree with you. Okay,
Don't get
I am
upset.
not. I am not substantiating their claim. I prefaced that by saying I don't believe in it, right? So what I'm trying to focus on is that math is an exact science. You don't get to have it both
Yeah,
ways,
maths
right?
can
One plus
prove things. Can,
math can
definitely.
prove.
Right.
Okay, I'm talking to Kevin now.
That's good.
So 1 plus 1 is 2. Like there's no getting around that, right?
No.
So I'm not talking about whether it's true, who said it, who came up with this, who traveled the earth and tracked the miles. I'm just looking at the numbers, okay? Not the origin, who provided the numbers or anything. I'm just looking at the math of it, right? And the
Oh,
reason
come
I say
on.
this
Don't do this.
it's not because I believe in it, right? It's because I try to find a talking point to pull apart and show why the heliocentric model is bullshit. Just using math, because math is universal. Okay? So, and that's why I say, if I were to humor you and say that this number weren't in fact true, not because of the Earth, because let's say we're not talking about an Earth.
2 plus
Let's say
2
we're
is
just talking
5. Let's
about
just go with 2 plus 2 is
let's just
5.
say
Right? We'll
we're
start
talking
off from
about-
there.
Let's just say we're talking about a basic geometry, lines, circles, triangles. There's a formula for figuring out a right angle. A line is something that doesn't have a...
No formula, no.
Yeah, there's a formula for figuring out like a right angle.
No. Not a formula.
There are degrees to angles.
Yes.
Okay, so there's a formula for figuring out the diameter of a circle. Okay, and the constant curvature
Formula
of a
for the
circle
diameter.
here. There is a formula for figuring out the radius, the diameter based on a circle. Yeah, there's a formula so you can measure it, right? There's a formula to that.
Uh-huh.
So given, and this is why I try to stick with math, because math is an exact science. It's something that whether or not
before, you are missing the foundational basis of mathematics, which is logic. And you have to have both of your premises in line in order for you to get a conclusion, an equals something. You have to know where that comes from, and you don't.
I don't have to know where a number comes from to do a mathematical.
You should do
equation.
if you're trying to do a mathematical proof thing and say that maths is the derivative.
If I'm trying to do a simple mathematical equation, all I need is the numbers to do the formula. All I need is the formula and the numbers to plug in. It doesn't matter who gives them to me. And that is the point that I'm making.
But you don't know where the numbers come from.
It doesn't matter. If I have to take a test, and the question on the test is what is 325,000 divided by 400 multiplied times 2, I don't need to know where those numbers came from.
It might help you though, right? In order for your mathematical proof.
That doesn't matter. If the answer is
definitely matters because there's a definite proof there that you're missing. You're walking straight past it.
There's an answer to what is 235,000 times 24 divided by 3. It doesn't matter where I got the numbers for in the equation.
Have you tried dividing it? Have you tried dividing it by 360?
It doesn't matter. If I'm going to put this in the chat.
Try and divide it by 360.
I'm going to put this number in the chat, bro.
For someone, hey, conspiracy. Can I just say something here? For someone who doesn't believe in this, you seem very passionate about it.
No, I don't believe in it. I think you guys are focused on the wrong thing.
But you seem very passionate about it.
I'm not passionate about it. You're missing my point.
Does anyone else? Hang on a second. Let me see if I can get a poll here. Does anybody else that wants to come on to Mike in the chat think that conspiracy is extremely passionate about this
Now,
particular topic?
I'm just starting to get frustrated because I just told you.
Divide
I
it
just
by
told you.
360.
I literally just told you I don't believe in that model, so that should be done with. Okay,
You can say that. That's
it should be
fine.
done with. I
You can
say it and
say
I
that.
mean it, and regardless of whether you believe that, I don't even care. Okay, because for me, it's
Well,
not
I
about the
don't
model.
at
For
all.
me, it's not. For me, it's not about the model. It is about the simplicity of the math and and basic geometry, right? And this is why you can prove that that is not true.
Is that you, Nabs?
This is why. This is why
And
it
you
can be
think
proven.
you think
You
all
can just
maths
use.
is simplicity?
I never said that. You're deflecting. We're not staying on topic, and that's what's really frustrating about having a debate with
It
people.
took a while
I'm
for you to
talking about
learn
There is,
all of this.
basic
there's
numbers.
none of this is a
Talking
debate,
about.
conspiracy.
I'm
None of
not-
this.
Well, you turned it
I think
into
it's
one.
Conspiracy,
but
you're rambling. Stop
I'm
it.
not
Calm
rambling.
down, man. Calm down.
Rambling.
Take a breath.
I'm not rambling. I am trying to make a point. You all keep interrupting me, and what's really pissing me off is you're trying to tell me what I mean and what I think and what I'm passionate about, and you can't do that because I know what it is. I know what I think. I know what I mean what I say, and I
Nobody's
understand the
trying to
point
do
I'm
anything like that. We're just trying to slow you
and
down.
I understand the point that I'm trying to make, and you don't understand because if you did, we wouldn't be having this back and forth. Again,
I was just trying to get you
I'm
to
not.
see where the maths came from.
It doesn't matter to me. If I take
Well,
a math test, it doesn't matter where the math came
yeah,
from
but it's dead
because
simple
it's just a
maths, and
simple
everybody
equation.
always misses it.
Because
Everybody always
I,
looks over it.
when I take a test, I don't ask the teacher, where did you get these numbers from? Okay, because it's just what is the answer to this formula?
Do you not think
So
knowing, though, might give you a little edge?
the answer to the question is
You're not
no.
even slightly
The
curious.
answer to the question is no. I really don't care because
Wow.
it doesn't matter to me. If that's the answer to your question. Okay, it doesn't matter where the number 2 came from, or the number 3, or the number
No,
24,000.
just that number divided by
So
360
can we
will
move
give you
on?
a very recognizable number.
Can we move on from that? You asked me a question, I answered it. I don't care where the number
No,
came from.
that
It doesn't matter
dividing by 360
because
will
I'm
give
looking
you
at
the
I'm looking
idea
at
of where it
math.
came
I'm
from.
looking at ideology. It doesn't matter to me where the number is
It's really
from.
weird that when people cannot look at something and see a very simple, basic truth.
And what's really simple, what's really funny to me is you can't focus on what I'm talking about.
Uh-huh.
That's what's funny to me. Because again, I'm not focused on the heliocentric model. If this
You
were just a
are.
simple
You
math,
are,
no,
though.
I'm not. I
Yeah.
am not. And that's what's really pissing me off. I said that's the number that they provide in it. So I say, set that aside. Let's just look at the math. If you divide that number by the formula and determine the circumference, your constant curvature is 8 inches per mile
No,
squared.
that's a
Where
Pythagorean formula. It's completely
where
different than the circle.
where
So
can
stop
you
it.
demonstrate that in the earth? And you cannot.
No,
And that
you see, you don't
disproves their
understand the
model.
maths. I'm sorry, but you just literally don't understand where all of the difference between a circle and where the angle and where the
sphere.
measurements came from in reality, and actually where that squared
Okay.
function comes from.
Okay, then Bev, what is the formula for determining the constant curvature in any given sphere? What is it?
I haven't got a clue.
Okay, neither do I.
Well, there you go.
Doesn't
Then. So
matter.
because
It doesn't matter. So what we're doing
they
is
cannot measure
we're
curvature like
green.
that.
We're green. So that's what's really annoying me
No,
about this conversation.
no. There's a difference. There's a difference between you not knowing it and me knowing that you can't do it.
Hey,
There is
whatever.
a definite difference.
Whatever. You don't know it. I don't know it. That's the bottom.
No, I know they can't. It's different than not knowing. Knowing that they can't is
Yeah,
a
it
hell of a
doesn't matter
lot
why
different.
You don't know the answer, bro. You don't know it. That's the bottom line.
And you could know that it's not possible too.
That's not my point. You're missing the point.
Well, I don't know.
That is not the point. You're focused on something that's not my point. But good luck to you in your debate, bro.
Cool. Interesting. Why does that always happen? What's going on?
And to start with, I'm new to this server, so let me get your take on something. We provide the take, and
Fight
yeah,
back.
interesting.
Geometry. Doesn't half sound like naps.
Yeah, the premise was, I don't believe in the globe model, but I believe in all the figures they give me, and I'll debate on that.
I never said that. Don't put words in my mouth. I told you I didn't give a damn where that number came from because I don't believe
Somebody
it to be
put
true.
the numbers
Begin
with the
with.
words that you use
Doesn't
for the
matter
number
to me.
in your mouth.
I
Somebody
never
did
said
that.
I believe in that number. I said for the sake of arguments, let's pretend that was a true number, just so we
Why?
could start
It
somewhere.
is a number.
Why?
It
And I
is a
did,
real
and
number.
and to answer your question, just to start somewhere and pulling apart what they believe. And I said, so let's just hypothetically. You ever heard of a hypothetical? Let's just say hypothetically your number and your heliocentric model were a fact. It was actually true, and we'll start with that. Let's just look
Did
at the
I say
math.
you believe in them numbers?
You did. You just said that.
No. I said
mocked me
you
with
don't
that.
believe in them numbers, but we'll take them. We'll go with it.
I said for
I
this.
don't believe in the
have
I don't
you
believe in the
ever
globe model,
not
but
had
the
a
numbers we will go
hypothetical?
with.
Do you know what the word hypothetical means?
Yeah, but
So
what
I
you're
said, so
saying is
hypothetical.
what we do here is we do logic, trivium. What you're saying is accept my paralogism.
Don't put words in my mouth.
No, you are.
Really
You're literally
irritating.
saying
No,
accept
I said
it.
no.
Let's accept the paralogism, and
You
we'll
just
go
said
from
that.
there.
Bev, those were your words, not mine. Don't do that.
Well,
You said
it's a
let's
it's a
accept
faulty
it, and all that.
conclusion
That is
of the
not
number.
what I said. I haven't drawn any
The
conclusion.
number is a faulty conclusion.
Bev, I know that. I know it's a faulty conclusion.
How do you know it? How do you know it? Where's it come from?
How you know why I know that?
Mm-hmm.
Because you cannot demonstrate 8 inches of curvature per every square mile.
No,
which is
of
what
course
you would
not,
have
because
to
that's
do
not where the
for
number
that
came
number to
from.
be true. It
It's
doesn't
not
matter where it
the
came
number
from.
came from a paralogism that you've accepted.
Mathematically, it can't be proven, and that's all you need to know. That's all you need to know. And that's what debunks their whole.
Mathematically, it can be proven. Try 69 times 360.
But that's not the given number.
69.4.
You can prove that their given number is not true based on the fact you can't find 8 inches of curvature in a square mile.
So
that's the point.
There's no such thing of 8 inches of curvature. That
Exactly.
doesn't exist. No, you
know
don't know what that means.
I know it doesn't exist. Can you not hear me?
It's fantasy.
I know it does not exist.
Yes, but the words don't make sense. You can't see that.
Right, bro. You can't see it. We're in agreement. You're arguing with me about nothing.
No. I'm trying to let you know where the number comes from.
So I don't give a fuck where the number came from. Someone's at my door.
Are you confusing reality with maths?
Somebody's at the door. The fact is that they do make a measurement. The only measurement that they can make with anything relating to the lights in the sky, and that is a linear measurement of 69 miles traveled horizontally for 1 degree of change of the light in the sky. And then another 69 miles traveled horizontally and 1 degree change of the light in the sky. And then you can keep doing that. You can keep going and keep going and keep going.
I couldn't poke you with my point if I was stabbing you to death with it, bro. Like, I don't give a damn where their number comes from because it's not based on fact. They can't prove it. It doesn't matter. It's just about where you start.
They can prove the 1 degree per 69 miles, though.
I'm not talking. That wasn't what I was talking about. That's what you're talking
that's exactly what you're talking about.
No, it's not.
Yes,
I said what I'm talking about. You keep changing it.
You don't know where the number comes from. I'm
trying
to tell you where the number comes from.
I didn't ask you that.
Why is this shouting down? Like what the rumpus of?
It doesn't matter where the number comes from.
It does, though.
If something is
false,
it
might matter to everybody else. I mean, I'm not too sure. I don't know.
If something is
just
false,
you that
what
doesn't want to
difference
know
does it make what the source is? What difference does it make of the source of a falsity is? Period.
The measurement in reality isn't a falsity.
To do a math problem, all you need is the numbers, bro.
Yeah, but you
All you
also
need is the
need
numbers.
the
And you need
method
the formula.
and the
Right.
comprehension of the
Right.
logic and geometry that
Right.
derives it.
So again, basic geometry, math has rules. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So to figure out the circumference of a given, to figure out the curve
do you mean?
of a given
What do you mean?
circumference, there's a
What do you
formula
mean?
for it.
The circumference of
So
what?
Of whatever the given object is, right? So to figure out
Okay,
the
I'll
curve,
say it again. I'll say it again. I'll say it again. You travel 69 miles horizontally. The light drops or raises 1 degree. You travel another 69 miles horizontally, and the light in the sky changes 1 degree. You change another 69 miles horizontally, and the light in the sky changes another degree. You can keep going like that.
We're not talking about the same thing.
Yes,
You're trying to prove something. We're not on the same page. We are literally having a conversation.
I think you're blinded by a model that you cannot hear what's being said.
Because the model is based in falsity. So it doesn't matter. All I did was take a given number. It didn't matter what the number was. Because the formula is the same. All you have to do is plug in the numbers. Do you understand?
The numbers, 69 miles, 1 degree, are actually measured in reality. It's a real measurement that's taken.
Do you understand that you can plug in different numbers to work a formula? Do you understand that? You can use a formula as a mathematical method.
Yeah,
right?
you could use geometry for a mathematical method, and you can draw 69 miles, 1 degree, 69 miles, 1 degree, 69 miles, 1 degree. You can do that.
Oh
you can draw it out.
There is a formula. If you want to determine a measure, a circle or a sphere, there's a formula.
There you go again.
It doesn't matter whether that circle or sphere, whether we're talking
about. Where does the circle come from? It's already in your head. It's nowhere else.
You're talking about where does the circle come from? Why can't you focus on...
I'll say it again. You travel 69 miles horizontally, and the light in the sky drops 1 degree. You travel another 69 miles horizontally, and the light in the sky drops 1 degree.
You're saying I don't get it. The measurement can't be done. I know that.
No. Where's the circle? Ask yourself.
I'm not asking myself where no circle is.
It's already there.
Oh my goodness, this is so frustrating.
Bev, I don't know how you're gonna have a debate with somebody and carry on like this. Like I really don't know, but I'll tune in and check it out. Like I really don't know. Because you and I are on the same side, but you're missing my point. You don't get my point. I'm really sorry I even brought it up. And I'm looking at how you guys mocking me in the chat, and it's really immature. You know what I mean? Because none of you understand my point. My point is not to support their heliocentric model.
Nobody is.
My point was just to take their number alone that they...
We're just going with what happens in reality here. That's all we do.
Again, to take their number that they put on Google as a fact, okay, and just say, okay, well, let's just look at the math. Let's just set everything aside.
Who keeps saying it's a fact?
I
think you've taken on a paralogism.
Let's just do the math problem. Let's just do the math problem. And let me show you where this is broken. Let me show you where this doesn't work, right? Because if this number were true, then you would be on the surface able to find curvature for 8 inches for every square mile. That means on a clear day, you can never see like Chicago from the Michigan shoreline, but on a clear day, you can see it. It would be so far below what should be the curve of the horizon of the body of water that you would never see it. You would never be able to pull a boat back in focus that sails hundreds of nautical miles out from a beach. But if you have a telescope, and if the precipitation is clear enough, you can pull that boat back into view. You can pull that boat back into view. So if their surface curve number were true, that would be impossible. They can't prove their curvature anywhere in the earth. Not over 100 square miles.
But you
not
can
over
keep
10 square
talking about
miles.
it, though, can't you? That's good
Well,
enough. I mean, that's better than nothing, isn't it?
So my point is, the curve is not existent. That is the point.
Keep saying it.
And that is the point. The curve does not exist.
Mm-hmm.
So why are you and I at odds in this conversation?
I don't know. Should we start saying Santa Claus isn't real?
Santa Claus is not real. But what does that have to do with
geometry? Tell everybody
what does Santa Claus have to do with mathematics and geometry?
Well, you don't know what mathematics is, apparently.
I do know what mathematics is. Don't insult my intelligence.
No, you really, honestly, you don't know what mathematics is.
None of you are listening to me. And look at the chat, bro. Like, you guys are just going on. None of you understand my point. Because you think my point is about supporting a heliocentric model.
No, we don't.
My point is
just
that
think
you
keep stuck in your head.
Error in their math. You can find the error in their math, and that disproves it. That is the point. That is simply the point. The word is insult, Gigmo, not assault. The point is that you can easily debunk their model because the math is wrong.
I've already told you, haven't I, where the actual numbers come from. And there's a math. What math? The internalization of an external angle along a horizontal line. Yeah.
The math
there's no circle.
They cannot prove anything in their model, right? So when I have a conversation with someone about the model that they believe in,
can't hear it, can you?
That's where I start to disprove it.
You don't disprove anything. You haven't got a clue.
It proves that curve should be.
Come on. It's an obvious agent, this. This is terrible.
If you understand the basic geometry and defining curvature in a given circumference.
Are you letting us know how good you are at voices or something?
That's my point.
We got a voice actor here. What's everybody say? Voice actor?
I mean, at some point, you guys, if you're going to have a debate with somebody about flat Earth, I mean, I've seen the topics go way out about gas pressure, quantum physics, and all this.
Not from here, you haven't.
And then not everybody can follow that, right?
Bring those
but everybody knows the difference between a triangle, a square, a straight line, a circle. So I'm talking about simplifying something. And I'm saying, okay, well, since this is what you believe in, let's start with 1 point in your whole belief structure model. Let's start with this number that is presented. And let's just look at the math on it. Let's not look at anything else. Let's just look at the math because math is universal. Okay.
Yeah, but you keep saying that. It's scripted. You've said that 3 or 4 times. Yet you don't understand the basics of where the mathematics come from.
It doesn't matter where the numbers come from.
It does within mathematics. It definitely does.
You can.
I don't know how you can just skip past it. It's ridiculous.
That's not ridiculous, bro. If I want to add something up, I can just plug the numbers in to get an answer.
You don't know where the numbers come from.
It doesn't matter.
It does.
It literally does.
It does. When that derivation of those numbers comes from a thing that disproves the fucking circle, then yeah, of course it matters. You're giving them a paralogism. You've got it yourself.
No, I'm not. I'm not giving them anything. And this is what you don't. This is where I keep losing.
You've already done it.
Have not. This is where you keep losing me because you can't disassociate that number where it comes from, and that's the point that you're missing. That's the whole problem that all of you have with me right now, is because you can't separate that number from where it came from. And the reason why I'm telling you it doesn't matter, because I'm saying just look at the math. Forget that it's associated with the Earth or their heliocentric model. Just look at the number. Just pretend it's not talking about the Earth. Just pretend it's talking about a sphere. Okay?
Why pretend? They've given you a number.
I'm really trying to get you all to understand my point. I feel like I'm speaking Greek and all of you are speaking English. And I don't feel like any of you ever heard.
Je ne comprends pas.
I really feel like none of you heard or understood my point. So what I'm saying is, if you were to take this number and plug it in to the formula, okay, for determining the curve of your given sphere, because you've already given me the total number, right? You've already given me the total number. You ever seen an equation where if 25 plus X, blah, blah, blah,
You'd
equals
work
that, what
out
is
about
Y?
69 miles
Y?
per degree
No,
because they've
Bev, again,
internalized the angle.
I'm going to make one last diff effort to get you to try to understand my point, because none of you understand my point. And maybe I'm just not articulating it well.
How about you don't for a second? How about you don't? We've heard your argument now, or lack of thereof, for quite a while. Go on mute for a moment and let me talk to Bev for a second, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you. Appreciate that. Hey, Bev.
Yo.
For the sake of everybody else in here,
Mm-hmm.
because I think someone's trying really hard to make sure you don't get to your point about where the numbers come from. I think there's a desperation not to hear where those numbers come from. Can you share, please, where those numbers come from? I know someone in here doesn't want to hear it, but nonetheless, I know I want to hear it. I'm pretty sure there's a few others who want to hear it, and I'm damn sure the audience wants to hear it. So would you mind?
Okay, so what they do, they obviously, within the land, they can measure the land. And they get problems then where the water comes in. So in order to relate one landmass with another landmass when there's water there, the only way they can associate it is with the lights in the sky. So in order to do that, they found out that if they move 69 miles horizontally at the same elevation all the way across, and look up at a light in the sky, namely Polaris, the one that doesn't move, then if you moved away or towards that particular light, call it north if you want to, but just towards or further away from that light, then that light will change in the sky in relation to the horizontal by 1 degree, a linear measurement. So you can do that for another 69 miles at the same elevation on land, and the light will move 1 degree. But that's relative to you, where you are. You're measuring the angle along this horizontal line. And the light in the sky just changes 1 degree every 69 miles. Now, they made that because the 1 degree change occurred at the certain distance. It's a linear relationship. Every degree had, I think that only happens within linear measurements with using triangles, with right angle triangles. It's an isosceles triangle. Principles of this particular measurement. Proposition 5, book 1, called the Bridge of Asses. The understanding of how this number is derived is based around a triangle and obviously on a straight line. The measurements taken. So there is no circle. It's just a straight line. 1 degree angle change.
And if there is no circle, there's no sphere.
In order to do that, what they have to do is a little mind trick, a geometry mind trick, to take that angle that's measured along that horizontal line and say, ooh, circles have angles. We'll put that angle that we measure along a straight line and just put it in the center of a circle. And then say, oh, well, let's say circles have 360 degrees. We'll take that 69.4, I think, or whatever it is, however they want to change it. And then, boom, there you go. You've got a circumference. But it's straight lines. There's not. Those 69 miles aren't a circumference of a circle. They're straight line distances, horizontal straight lines. And you can't make a circle by putting straight lines around the edge. It's a polygon. Straight edges. There's no curve. Even when they try and do their little paralogism mind trick of putting an angle that you measure externally at the center of a circle. So there's no circle to do that.
Can I respond to that? Like, I let you talk, I didn't interrupt you, and I don't have a problem with anything you just said. Okay? You guys are super insulting. Like, I've been in the server for like an hour, and you guys are insulting. Your chat's really insulting. I mean, if this is the way you treat new people to your server, it'll be my last day in it. But that's
okay.
fine.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. But if you think this is insulting, then
it is
be fine
insulting.
to go
You
to
got
all of
look
the
at
other
the
places.
you can look at the chat and see the insults. It's uncalled for. It's really immature. Because I don't have a problem with anything you said. I don't have a problem with your whole explanation or any of it. You guys keep putting words in my mouth, and it's really frustrating. Because I say what I say, and then you hear it, you interpret it how you see what I said, and then you say I said something completely different. My point, and I don't feel that any of you here have understood my point. All you've done is mock me in the chat and everything like that. I don't really care where they got the number from. It doesn't matter. Now, you just explained it. I never heard you say who came up with the number, how they verified it, or you said how you explained this. Whatever you explained over my head. I'm not gonna deny you that about how they determine the number. And this is why, and I still feel you've never understood my point. Any of you, I don't feel like you've ever listened to my point because you just shut down because you think I have some kind of ulterior motive. And I assure you, I do not have any ulterior motive. I encounter these conversations in other places.
Which other places? Which other places do you frequent?
It doesn't matter.
I think it should be because you seem like you might go around flat Earth things all the time.
It doesn't matter.
Do you ever go to any other places outside of the flat Earth thing?
Yes, I spend most of my time online. I game with people. I'm in party chats and discords all the time.
Good. So now you've learned how they actually measure the lights in the sky.
Well, but I didn't ask you anything about measuring the lights in the sky. That wasn't the point. I think that's what's so frustrating about this conversation. None of you have understood my point. And maybe I'm just not articulating it properly. That must be what it is, because it's only me that still understands my point.
Yeah, stop telling us we don't understand it. Try and make your point.
You don't understand it. I'm trying to. I'm trying to. Maybe I'm just not articulating my point in a way you can understand. Because again, we are on the same side of an argument. And I don't think you guys believe that. But
you know what the argument is. Make your point, please.
I assure you that we are on the same side of what we believe.
Make your point, please.
I'm trying to. Again, the reason why I didn't care about where the number came from was because it's based on a model that's not true. So I'm trying to separate the number from the model and just look at a basic geometric form. Like the way if I were going to go into a store and get a blouse, right, for example. I'm just trying to articulate my point in a way that I think you might better understand where I'm coming from. Let's say I wanted to buy a blouse, and the blouse is $75. And they say, this blouse is 25% off. How much is it going to cost me, right? So there's a formula that I can do to figure out how much money I'm going to save on that blouse, because they've given me the total number of the blouse, and they've given me the percentage that it is off. So if I want to know, what is it actually going to cost me? All I need to do is do the math on it, right? Doesn't matter what
do you mean do the math? You can't just say that. That's ridiculous. Because you don't actually do the math, do you? You just say it.
I do.
Yeah, no, that's sophistry. You
you're interrupting me and you're being rude.
Well, you're just waffling on about nothing.
I'm not waffling.
You've took us into the shop to buy a blouse. I'm never going to do that. Never going to do that.
I'm not waffling. I'm trying to give you an example of doing the math to figure out something.
You don't do the math, though. You don't.
If I want to know, I do. If I want to know how much something is going to cost me after it's 30% off, then there's a formula you can do to take that. And what you would do is if that blouse was $30, it's 30% off.
What's that got to do with you not understanding the number of the circumference that you derived from nowhere?
Answer the question, but you keep interrupting.
You're not answering the question. You're talking about blouses and 30% off.
How do you have a debate with someone?
This isn't a debate.
Well, you're debating.
You can't even make your point. This isn't a debate.
You're right. I can't make it because you keep interrupting me.
This isn't a debate.
You asked me to try to articulate my point, right? And I'm trying to,
Okay.
but you're being rude and you keep interrupting me.
Make it an argument then, right? Since you want to make this into a debate, make your argument.
It doesn't have to be an argument or a
for
debate.
a debater. Yes, it does. If you want to have a debate, let's make it an argument. Make your point into an argument for us, please.
I'm trying to explain to you. You keep calling me off. You keep saying make your point, but every time I say a word, you say the same thing. That's not. We're not having a productive conversation.
Definitely not. I think everybody knows that. Everybody knows what productive conversations are like around
here. You ask me for a response, and then you don't let me respond.
Isn't one of them.
Ask me for a response, and you don't let me respond.
Make your argument, please.
And stop saying that and stop interrupting me. So what I was trying to demonstrate would be the same thing if I were trying to demonstrate how much money would I save if this was 30% off on sale. All I need to do is do the math based on the formula to get the answer. It doesn't matter where the number comes from. All I'm trying to do is get the number as the end result of the formula. So I know that the answer to how much 30% off of $30 is. So you would take, $30, multiply it times, 0.30, and you would get your answer. So you could apply. So that's how you determine.
How many times do you imagine you could travel 69 miles horizontally?
You focus on 69 miles, but that doesn't matter what number you plug in. If you want to know the percentage off of something, that's the formula to figure it out. You would take the number, you would multiply it times the percentage, you would get the answer. So that's what I'm talking about. And if you plug different numbers in, that's how you would still find that out if you were trying to answer that question.
Okay.
What percentage
right, I'll give you a quick question.
Percentage of X is
how many
Y.
times could you move 69 miles horizontally before you turned back up at the same place you started off at? How many times do you reckon you could do that?
I have no idea.
You don't know?
I don't know.
You don't know because you don't know the maths, or you don't know because you can't work the logical idea out?
Hey, Paige, fuck you and the horse you rode in on. I don't know the answer. You asked me a question. I gave you an answer. I don't know the answer. So what is your point?
The point is that you don't understand traveling 69 miles horizontally.
Okay, fine. I don't understand, but that had nothing to do with what I was talking about, though. So, okay.
That's where the number came from.
It had nothing. Well, so what? I didn't ask you.
I think everybody else is getting the idea of it, right?
Everybody else is just agreeing with you because
nobody's agreeing with me. Nobody's getting a chance to have a word in. Like, everybody's just here listening to both of us talk.
Right. And you won't let me make my point. And you took my point out of context. You all took my point out of context. All of you. And I'm trying to give you another example where it doesn't really matter what the numbers come from. I'm just trying to get an answer. I'm just trying to figure something out based on a given number. It doesn't matter where it came from or why. So I just gave you an example of another time you would do a formula. You can just plug the numbers in to get the answer. And that's what I'm talking about. That's the point that you all missed. If I want to know what the percentage of something is, if I give you a whole number and I want to know what percentage of X is Y, and I give you the numbers to do the math. That's what I was trying to apply to what they said their number is for the heliocentric model. And then so I take that number and then I say, okay, well, you know that if you're talking about a sphere and you said, hey, this is the surface of the sphere, then that means based on that formula, then you have to have 8 inches of curvature for every mile square if the total number for the
curvature of what?
Of your sphere.
The sphere is curved.
I don't know. I don't think it is. No.
A sphere is curved, definitely.
But see, Bev, you're focused on whether the Earth is round. I'm not focused on that.
No. I'm just we're just talking about a sphere and the curvature of a sphere.
Bev, I'm not. Like, if you had a basketball, Bev, let's forget about the Earth. Let's focus on something smaller than that, like a basketball. You know it's round, right? We know it's round, but if you needed to fit that basketball through a hoop, right? If you were gonna, you would have to have a hoop that fits the ball, correct? So I'm just giving you an example.
Well, no, it could be a massive hoop, couldn't it? It doesn't have to fit
it's
the
gotta
ball.
be.
If
we're gonna play basketball, the hoop at least has to be wide enough for the ball to fit in it, right?
Seriously? Is this one of your arguments, or is this?
It's not an argument.
Are you going to get around to doing the argument, or are you just
I'm
trying
to? I'm trying.
You're trying to what? I don't know what you're trying to do.
Funny to me? You were sitting here quietly. You couldn't. You were sitting here quiet. You had no conversation going. So to try to just help you out in your stream, I just try to bring up a point because you were literally asking for somebody to say something.
It's Friday.
I brought it. No, this is what I don't appreciate. So I tried to help you out.
Yeah, we don't allow people to just come in here and talk.
No. I try to bring up something to just get a conversation going. Okay, I'm not trying to make any factual points or disprove what you believe or anything like that. I was just trying to help you out and get a conversation going based on something that I experienced.
You don't know what I believe.
We're spot on.
I'll give you that. And so it just went all the way left unnecessarily.
I haven't been in this room for a long time, but I've never seen Bev need help.
What?
To make a conversation going.
Well, he was saying, well, I'll just sit here and just ramble on. So I just opened the topic.
My man, you know what? If you're gonna sit around and just say that you made this talk, then please make a conversation happen. Don't be saying you made a conversation.
Come on, Branch. Go easy.
Right?
Go easy on it.
Why am I being attacked in the chat with all the insults and all the bullshit?
I don't think you are. I think you're being a bit snowflakey if you're saying that.
No, I'm not. Look at the chat. Read it. All the insults.
No, you're not being snowflakey. You're being a Karen, bro.
A Karen. Oh, is that an insult or a compliment?
A compliment.
It's not. It's an insult. I know what a Karen is.
Why the fuck ask?
It's Branch as well.
Right.
Do you know Branch?
You guys are super hostile for a new person in the server. Let me just
Branch
say.
has only just come in himself. He's even newer than you are, to be honest.
Again.
Wait a minute. Usually spot on comes and says calm the mind. That's usually where we go. But,
This was supposed to be Free for All Friday. I tried to bring up a talking point and make a point, and then you guys all attack me over because you never understood my point. And
nobody's attacking you.
You're not being attacked.
Yeah.
Read the chat.
That's not attack. Don't worry about that.
It is
Stop reading the chat. Don't read the chat. How about having a conversation with people?
Yeah, never
don't read the chat. Have a conversation.
Okay.
Forget the chat.
So again, you asked me to try to explain my point, so I tried to give you another analogy for my point, right? And that's why I gave you there's a formula if you want to figure out the percentage of something, right? You take the whole number and you multiply it times the percentage.
We know how to do percentages, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah,
but you don't understand where the derivation of a circumference number comes from.
Okay.
But you should have said potatoes.
But Bev, I wasn't trying to argue.
Are you talking about potatoes?
I wasn't trying to dispute that with you.
What the fuck are you talking about then?
That's where
I think it's about potatoes.
That's where we have a total disconnect.
Come on.
I was not trying to dispute that. I was just trying to say that if you take this number the same way I take $30 and say, what is 30% off of $30? Just plug that in and do the math.
Potatoes. Right?
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Yeah, but hang on.
All right, I'm out. If this is how you guys are worse than the other server I spent 2 years in. Jesus
I just want to ask.
That's Branch. That's what he does.
I'm out. But,
I just have a simple question, please. What does the discount of your $30 have to do with circumferences?
Again, the fact that you asked that question, I was trying to explain to you that I'm telling you,
motherfuckers, please don't do
this
shit.
Right, shut up, please.
I'm trying to answer your question, Rob. I'll make one last ditch. Generally, want to know why I brought it up. I was trying to give you another comparison of how you can take numbers, doesn't matter what they are, to run a formula, to just run a formula, to make a determination by the answer or the given number to start with, right? So, and that's why I use that as an example. So if I want to figure out a percentage, I need the starting number, I need the percentage off and then I can determine what percentage of this number is like,
Yeah.
what is
Okay.
30%
Yes.
of X
Yes.
equals Y, right?
What does
That's what I
that
was
have
trying
to
to do.
do with the circumference?
Okay,
Please.
so now I'm going to answer that, right?
Okay.
So what I try to do, and this is where I feel that all of you lost me here, and I really regret ever bringing it up because I was having a nice time to the server until I said this, and I feel like none of you understood my point. I was trying to basically take that number that they put out on Google as fact of the Earth's circumference, right? They put it out as fact and just plug it in the same way I would plug those numbers in if I were going to figure out what is 30% off, like, X, what is 30% off of, Y or whatever, right? And so
Whatever.
if I said, okay,
whatever.
so if I said, I'll humor you and say, because math is an exact science. If I
You'll say
said,
whatever.
if you said 30, this blouse is $30, it's 30% off, and you give me an answer and it's not right, then you've done your math wrong somewhere, right? So if somebody were to do the math real quick on that, like what's 10%?
What about if somebody could take a straight line and make a circle?
Okay, I'm gonna try to say this. If 10%, what's 10% of $25? What's the answer?
That's a good one.
Anybody?
Why do you all go to percentages when somebody mentions his geometry?
I'm
What's that?
gonna tell you why. I'm trying to tell you why, Rob. I'm trying to answer your question, Rob. Real quick, I answered yours. I'm trying to. What's 10% of $25?
Can I have a try after this? I think I know where the disconnect is with you.
I hope you do. I would like some support here. 10% of $25 is $2.50, right? So this is what I was trying to do with their number. So if your answer is not $2.50, you're wrong, just based on the formula that it takes to do the percentage, right? So
okay, let me try this with you. Let me try this using your formula of the blouse, right? Because I think I understand where you're going at.
Forget about the blouse with the percentage. Yeah.
Yeah, you know the price of the blouse, right?
Right. We know that. We know that.
Now,
given
right.
number. Doesn't matter where it came from.
Okay, just go along with me. Go along with me. You know the price of the blouse, right?
Right. $25.
And you also know the discount given to you, right?
Is 10%.
Right.
Yes.
So knowing those two things, you can do a calculation and find out how much you saved, correct?
Exactly.
I'm with you on this. I'm with you 100%.
Now, Montreal, now stay with me because you're the first person that I feel like is helping me out.
Oh, but I'm going. You got to stay with me. Hold on. You got to stay with me now. So now, the problem here is I agree with you that if you have the blouse, the amount, and the percentage, you can calculate what the difference is, right? But hold on, I'm almost there. Now, when it comes to the circumference of the Earth, that measurement is not known. Do you see the problem?
Montreal, I'm not arguing that. See, that's where I feel like I lost everybody, right? That's not what I was trying to even touch. I wasn't trying to touch that at all. Go back with me to the blouse. Forget about the blouse. Just go back with me with $25. 10% off $25 is $2.50. If you don't get anything other than $2.50, you're wrong, bro.
But hold on, bro. If you don't have the right price of the blouse, then how are you going to figure out the percentage?
Okay, now that's a good point. Now, Montreal,
that is the point.
Right, that's the point. Listen, you're with me, right? But I'm trying to bring you all the way home. Like you're like 75% there. And like I said, maybe I just didn't articulate this in a way that everybody can understand, right? So Bev kept saying, where did this number come from? Where did this number come from? The retailer set the price. It doesn't matter. The blouse is $25. Who cares?
I wasn't asking for the price of the blouse when I was asking for where the number came from. Yeah, but you did mention my name, so I feel it's right that I get a chance to correct you.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to finish with Montreal. So Montreal, his point to me was, where did that number come from? The reason I wasn't focused on it in my example, because it doesn't matter why the retailer says the blouse is $25.
But that's where conspiracy. Let me interrupt you. Hold on, just a second, okay? That is the whole point. Because if you don't have the correct number, then you can't calculate. Do you understand?
Okay, I understand that. Listen, I understand that. I do, right? I understand it. Now hear me out, because you're you're the only one who's trying to understand my point, right? And I feel like you're close to it. You're focused on whether the 25 the price set for the blouse is correct, right? And I wasn't focused on that, right? Because and here's why I'm not focused on that, right? Because it's just a given number, okay? And this is why I say it didn't matter whether it's correct. I'm just plugging the number in to get the answer from what the starting number is, right?
Yeah, but it would be wrong. Let's say the blouse he told you was $1,000.
10% of $1,000 is still $100. So
yeah, but the price is not correct. A blouse, $1,000 blouse. Wouldn't you
but
question that?
Montreal, listen, I'm okay with that. Here's why I say that, right? I'm not trying to determine whether the blouse is correct. I'm just trying to see what the discount would be. Okay, that's what I want you to understand, and that's the point that I feel like nobody understood. Right? I just want to know what the discount would be. Okay.
You're right. You can't. Hold on.
There's another formula that you could do. Right? If the blouse is $25 and you're gonna save $2.50, then I said, well, what percentage off is that? You could do a different type of formula to determine what percentage off did you have, right?
We're not disagreeing with you on that.
Right, okay, so now you're there with me. You're like, hold on, you're almost there with me. I just feel so close to vindicating myself and making my point. The only reason why I didn't care what the number was to start with was because I'm not trying to validate the starting number or the cost of the blouse. I'm just trying to do the math and make sure that the end answer is not correct based on the starting number, but just based on working the formula. If that makes any sense to you, right?
Yeah, it makes sense, but what have you achieved then? What have you achieved?
And I'm glad you asked that question to prove that your starting number is wrong, okay? Based on doing it the other way. And that's where I couldn't articulate it. So if I said, you know, $25, you get 10% off, it's $2.50, right? And I told you $25, when you 10% off, what is the answer, right? But I give you the answer and then the starting number, then what was the percent off? It doesn't matter how you do it, it still has to be correct, right? So when I brought up their heliocentric model, I was trying to plug that number the same way I was trying to plug the number to determine the discount on the blouse and prove to them their error. Because no matter how you slice it, math is an exact science. So if your starting number is here, and I said it's 10% off, your answer has to be this, or your shit is all wrong, right? And so
yeah, but you're assuming now, by that statement, you're assuming you know the price of something or you know the size of something.
Well,
because remember when Bev asked you how many times can you do that 69 measurement?
Right, and that's where he lost me. I lost him, he lost me. But here's the point. I wasn't trying to prove whether the starting number was correct. I was just trying to say, we'll just use this number as a given to run the formula.
Okay, I want to ask you one question to see if you understand this. Okay. Do you agree that if you don't have the right starting number, you can't arrive to a correct conclusion? Do you agree with that?
I agree with you. If you're doing a formula, math is an exact science, everything has to be correct. I agree with you on that, yes.
So then you can agree then that there's no way that we know 1 degree 69 miles is the correct thing, right? There's no way we can know how many of those 69 miles will form a sphere, right?
I don't dispute that at all. Not at all.
That's what we're trying to make you understand.
But that's Montreal. I understand that.
Those 69 miles cannot.
But that's not what I'm talking about.
Cannot form a sphere.
I was not. I know it's not a sphere, right? I'm not. I said let's just take the.
Do you know why it can't? Hold on. Do you know why it can't form a sphere? Did you understand the linear relationship that Bev was explaining to you?
I'm not gonna lie, Montreal. That's over my head. I'm talking about something that someone else has explained, right?
Okay, hold on. Then if that's over your head, don't you think you should let Bev explain that to you so you can get that part?
Well, here's the thing.
Because you were complaining about how we do things in this server and we're not being polite. No. We are being polite, but we're trying to show you something and you don't want to take it in, it seems.
No, that's not it. I'm fine with what Bev is trying to break down. I'm here to learn. That's fine. But I still, you are so close to understanding my point. I think you're close. You're focused on whether their starting number is correct, right? I'm just and I wasn't focused on it only because if you want to run a formula, you can plug numbers and run a formula regardless of who gave them to you. Is what I was trying to prove. But the
Yeah, but
rule,
if they're wrong, if those numbers are not correct,
right?
what happens
Well,
then?
you're right. The numbers to run a formula. Well, it depends on what kind of formula you're running, right? Well, the formula example I gave you, you can just make up the starting number, just like they made this number. They literally just made it up because they can't prove it, right? This is the number.
Now you're getting it. You see, they
I
just made it up.
I
This is the
understand,
part. Yeah.
but I never disputed that. Like from the very beginning, I know they just made the number up. What they made it up on or whatever doesn't even matter. It's not true. I've understood that from the beginning. What I was trying to say was let's just take a number, whether it's 24,000 or 25. Let's multiply that times 10%. You know, if 25 times 10% is not 250, then you're wrong. If it's 100 and you multiply it times 10% and it's not, you know, $10, then you're wrong, right? So what I was
But how are you going to check that?
well, because we're trying to determine what the percentage of something, regardless of what the given number is, right?
Yeah, but don't you need to know the circumference of the said sphere in order for you to
Yes,
determine whether it's correct or not?
Montreal, you do, right? That's where we
You see the problem now?
Yes, I do. That's where we agree, and yet we don't agree. They claim this number is true. I know it's not. Okay, let me reiterate. I know that number's not true.
Sound
Okay?
check. 1, 2,
I
1,
know
2.
it's not.
Sound check.
But
Can you
Montreal,
guys?
We hear you.
Can you
We hear
guys
you.
hear?
Montreal, this was the point that I was trying to make. So if you take
I think I made my point. I mean, if you don't get what I'm saying by now,
Oh,
I mean, we're talking.
I do get your point. Your point is what
Can
you're
I say? Can I say something? Can I say? It's gonna be very brief.
Sure, go ahead, interject.
Of course, go ahead.
Very brief. Do you know that, or rather, did you know that 10% of 25 is the same as 25% of 10?
But okay, who said that? I can't really stand science. Okay, so since you're trying to be fair, and have a conversation, right? You see how you just reversed that and kind of got the same thing. All I was trying to do with their number was not give their number validity, but take their starting number and plug it in the formula, just like how you reversed it either way and you got the same thing.
Yep.
And it has to be correct. Hold on, wait a minute. It has to be.
Is that your name? Conspiracy. Is that you?
Yes, conspiracy.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't. I mean, I speak just for me, but in my opinion, I don't think there is even one person in this chat room that this is not completely clear to them by now. You repeated it like 100 times, I think. I think by now everybody exactly gets what your point is, understands where you're coming from, can see that you're frustrated, etc., etc., etc. I think you make it abundantly clear.
That's not their starting number.
I was trying to say the starting number to work the formula, to work a formula. If you just want to plug in a number, and look at the answer, okay, your answer, you can't deviate. The answer can't be a deviation of what we know because you gave a starting number for the formula, no matter what it was.
That's not their starting number.
Well, that's their starting number in their heliocentric
model. That's not their
model.
starting number.
What's not their starting number?
That 24,000. That's not their starting number. That's what Bev was trying to point out in the first place.
That's not what they claim the surface curve of the Earth is.
Yeah, but that's not. You have to look into how they arrived at that number.
Well, no, hold on. You just contradicted yourself. Is that not what they claim the surface curve of the Earth is?
Is that their starting number? No. Is that their starting number?
I'm asking you just a simple yes or no question. Is that not the number that they give to you that they claim is the circumference of the Earth?
You need to find out how they got that number in the first
And
place.
that's what you're focused on. And that's why we never made any progress. And that's why I was hoping
Yes,
to get
yes,
some more
conspiracy.
material.
That is the number that they, as you put it, indeed do give you for the circumference of the Earth.
So if you said this blouse was $24,000, I'm going to give you 10% off, right?
What is the 10% for?
Just to work the numbers, right? Just listen
for what?
to me.
Yes.
I'm trying to answer it. And I'm going to give you 10% off, then your answer's got to be 2,400. So, if you give me a surface curve of a sphere and it's 24,000 miles, okay, then for every 8 inches square, for every mile square, it's got to be 8 inches of curvature, and you don't have it. So, therefore, your starting number absolutely cannot be correct. The same way you just flipped the reverse of what I said about the 10%. That's all I was trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, probably people are gonna hate me in the chat room, but you kind of lost me on the second part of what you said. So you said that if they gave me 24,000 miles of circumference, and then what?
Yeah, if they give me 24,000 miles of total circumference, then all I was trying to say is, then that means if you've given me that starting number, then that means your sphere has got to have 8 inches of curvature for every mile square. And if it's not there, your starting number is absolutely false. That's all I was trying to say.
8 inches of curvature per mile squared.
Yeah, if you're giving me a surface circumference of a sphere and you say it's 24,000 miles, then if your starting number,
conspiracy, hold on, you're not making much sense to my ears. Surfaces don't have a circumference. What do you mean a circumference of a surface?
Like I said, this is where I said forget about we're talking about the Earth. Let's pretend we're talking about a 24,000 a mile just geometric sphere, right? If you say, okay, this sphere I'm giving you is 24,000.
Stop saying that number. You don't know where it comes from. How many 69 miles can you have, right? You said you don't know.
That's where you keep losing me because you're focused on with that number being true. I'm just saying somebody gave it to me. The same way if it said it's 10 miles. If someone said your surface curve of a sphere is 10 miles surface, then that means for every mile that you've got to have curvature because a sphere is a constant curvature. So you can measure the constant.
That sentence doesn't make any sense to me, what you just said. For every
hold on, let me see if I can find it.
That's an exploded mind talking there.
I'll post it in the chat. Hold on, let me find what I'm talking about. Hold on.
Do you know what you're talking about?
It's not gonna come.
This is freaking heartbreaking.
Listen, let me find what I'm saying about why the starting number we know is false, right?
Have you heard the term model afflicted?
Did you know that 42% of 71 is equal to 71% of 42?
That's the point that I'm making. I'm not arguing that, right? So they can't have it both ways. They can't give you that starting number and not produce their 8 inches of curvature for every square mile. That's how you can easily say you're lying. That's wrong. Because you can't find that anywhere in the earth. That's all I was trying to say.
Yeah. Have you heard an expression? Have you heard the expression? Have you heard the expression? You're preaching to the choir.
So, do you understand my point now?
Can you hear the giggle in your voice there?
I'm afraid to say yes, actually, to be honest.
Thank you. Are you just trolling me or are you serious? And then you could apply that to any number. Like you could apply that formula to any number if you're trying to determine the shape of a sphere and the constant curve. Then I mean you
don't seem to understand that the number that you get, if it's not correct, it throws all your calculations out the window. Why don't you understand that?
Montreal, I agree with you. That's why I'm saying they're wrong. Because they.
Okay, so that's it. There's nothing more to be said.
That's why I don't. That's why I don't understand. I do not understand how this conversation was so left from me starting that topic. I don't know.
Because I'll tell you why.
I'll
tell you why. You're accepting the number that they're giving you, and we're trying to tell you that that number is not necessarily correct.
I know it's not true. I know it mathematically can't be proven. That's why.
So there you go.
With it. But I think that's what you all missed. That's why I started with it. I said, bro, if you plug this number in as a factual starting number, then that means you have to. There's no way around it. You have to have 8 inches of curvature for every mile square. If your whole thing is 24,000 miles, you can't not have that. Just like, if I take 2%,
that's
and I take I take 10% off, your end answer's got to be $2.
The starting number that you're using isn't the starting number. That's your problem.
But again,
well, stop calling it the starting number if it isn't the starting number, and you know it's not the starting number.
You're so focused on semantics. I'm talking about a given. Bro,
this is mathematics.
There it is.
Come on.
We do focus. Wait. We do focus on semantics because you're starting with a premise that's false. Like, not that it's false, but you haven't delved into why that number is what it is. Bev tried to point it out, but you're saying 24,000 miles and 10% of that is 2,400. And then
no.
I don't know.
Now you're losing yourself again because you're.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Oh my gosh. There's cross wires here. There are
what I'm saying is you can give any number. You can give any number and measure a sphere. You can measure a sphere, whether it's as small as a tennis ball or as large as a I don't know, the biggest ball you can think of, right? You can measure, right?
But didn't measure 24,000 miles.
Right, I know that, bro. But I know that, but it doesn't change the fact that if you give me a starting number, no matter what
starting number.
I know it's not. I'm not arguing that with you. If I tell you, if I'm telling you I've got a ball and it's 100 inches in circumference, then that means there's a measurable curvature that can be determined based on the formula, and there's no deviation from that. And it's exact.
How would you?
Hold on.
How would you measure curvature?
Because you told me that the whole surface of the ball is 100 inches. So that means for every inch, there's got to be a certain amount of curvature in order for that to be true. So if
how would you measure it?
There's a formula for it. That's all I was trying to say.
I think there's cross wires here.
There's a formula for that.
You are not saying that the globe is real. What you're doing is you are saying the maths actually proves that the globe is not real.
Now you're putting. Hold on. I think you're kind of putting words in my mouth, right?
I said you never said the globe was real, correct?
The globe is not real. It is absolutely a falsity.
The maths proves it because you're actually given the figure that the globe is give.
That they're wrong.
That's confusing everybody.
Right. The math proves that they're wrong. Right, Ninja. What I'm trying to say is you can prove that they're wrong with the starting number that they give, because they can't prove not even 8 inches of curvature in a square mile anywhere in the earth. And so since you can't demonstrate it's impossible.
Correct.
So you cannot have a 24,000 mile sphere if you can't produce 8 inches of curvature in a square mile. It's impossible. It is absolutely impossible.
Yeah, I've been listening for the last hour and a half. I agree with you.
Thank you. That's all I was trying to say.
Yeah.
And I'll put that in the chat for you. Like the source that it was something that I found when I first started to research.
Stand on the soapbox and talk to everybody. Goodness gracious.
This is something that I found when I first started to research.
Ignore my statement.
Flat Earth. Okay, was someone presented that model, and then I said, "Dang!" And then it's a constant curvature, and then I'm like, "Well, wow, you would be able to see that at a beach. You would be able to see that in a lot of places. You don't have to be an astronaut to be able to find that curvature, but you can't find it anywhere at any expanse in the earth. And when you hold them to that number that they give out, there's just like a cognitive disconnect there And it's like, you can't escape your math because you gave me that starting number. That's all I was trying to say. Like, you can't give me that number and then
I
not
start walking over everybody just as well.
produce
'Cause,
that.
well, I don't like talking about imaginary things. I like to stick with proofs. What can we prove?
They can't prove it. That's why I say,
Okay,
hey, take
so
the starting number and prove it.
but just leave it
Prove
alone.
your 8 inches. Prove your 8
Leave it
inches.
alone. Leave it be. Any other topics?
There's 20 people in here. There's got to be some other topics, don't you think?
For sure. Because this right here is we're on the next level. We're going somewhere else. We ain't talking about imaginary Santa Claus stuff no more. What
I
can
agree
you
with you.
prove?
And that's why that proves it's imaginary Santa Claus. The math does. That's all I was trying to establish. That proves your shit's
I'd like to bring a topic on the table for discussion. Like, I'd like to hear you guys' opinions on what are like the similarities and differences between mathematics and arithmetic.
Arithmetics is the addition of number, right, to the Aristotelian into the quadrivium, just the implication of numbers into a process for how to do sums and stuff, whereas mathematics is the computational logic problem derived. I'd say mathematically, but I mean it's that process, the logical formulation of something I would call mathematics. And I'd say that's the difference. One of them is just using numbers to come up with another number, and mathematics is a logical formulation. Anybody else?
I would say that all quadrivium is mathematics, and in that regard, arithmetics would be just subset of it, just part of it.
Yeah. It would be the first thing that you do once they introduce numbers would be arithmetics, right? How you use numbers within that formula, I think.
Yes, what can you do with numbers? Just adding, subtracting, multiplying, making proportions between numbers, of course. That would be equations, for example. The first equations are made from proportions. So, and you can put numbers in it. So proportions between numbers. Yes, so this is part.
Okay,
but
what about then trigonometry? Mathematics, arithmetic.
Yes. Ooh, that's tricky.
Yeah,
I think it definitely has number in it.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, if I may go first. Like, definitely. I mean, I don't know. I'm just improvising now, right? Definitely has number in it. In the simple arithmetic sense, like you guys said before, but it also allows you to what's the right wording for this? Like you have to do syllogisms with it. You can you can build like there are logical steps in it, so you also apply logic with it while practicing. I mean,
in mathematics, but
geometry.
Yeah. Yes, in geometry, it is mathematics because it is about proofs. So whole Euclid is just books of proofs. But arithmetics is for me is just applying already what is already proven, you can just apply and to make it numerical, or just apply numbers in proven theorems. That, for me, that's what arithmetics is.
No, I see what you mean, but for me, maybe I'm a little bit biased, because the how I do geometry is I design. So I don't think I mean, I very rarely use it to to prove stuff. I use it really practically, like drawing circles and ruling lines between the points where the circles intersect. That's it.
Okay, so I will give example. For example, Pythagorean theorem. This is proof, but you can apply numbers. You can give some numbers to sides of the of the triangle, and you can calculate, for example, hypotenuse. So this would be arithmetics. But this arithmetics is based, what you are doing is based on proof first. So first thing has to be proven. Then you can make a formula or equation, and you can apply numbers to it. That's it. For me, what arithmetics is.
Yeah. Anyone else?
It's one of those tricky subjects, isn't it? Now, I think people don't really get the need for it either, or the nuances, the differences between the two, especially when the maths and geometry is so separated in people's minds. I think people think that it's too hard, so they just pretend that they know how to do it because they've heard other people doing it within a non-argument sense. That's why it becomes difficult for people to state their point, because every time they've heard it before, there is no point. It never goes anywhere. Trigonometry doesn't show that the Earth isn't flat. Trigonometry shows that the proportions of the sides in relation to the hypotenuse of a right-angled triangle can be known. Doesn't prove that the Earth's flat, because the Earth isn't flat. Trigonometry proves that the Earth isn't flat. Interesting.
It is not proof about shape of the Earth. Pythagorean theorem is not about shape of the Earth.
It's just about triangles, right-angled triangles. It's weird. It's weird that people can't get a model out of their minds when they associate it with straight lines.
Stuck on the model at all. All I was trying to do is show them they can't prove their model. That's all I was trying to achieve by using their starting number. And it doesn't matter what it is.
It's not their starting number.
Number they give. Have you ever heard you do an equation, I'm going to give you a number, a given?
It's a paralogism.
It's bullshit.
It's
and
the
they
great
can't prove their
paralogism.
Model.
And if you can't look at it and see it yourself,
I can see
they
that.
meant to see
it? We both agree. That's the cold part. We all agree that their model is wrong. They can't prove it, and they gave you a number. It's false. It doesn't matter where they got it from. It's not true, and they can't demonstrate it anywhere in the earth. Not 8 inches of it. They can't demonstrate 8 inches of their number. Of the number
you waffle away from the subject.
I'm not waffling. I agree with you. That's what you don't understand. I've agreed with everything you've said except for understanding what my point was.
But you haven't stated what your point is. Your point
I think,
seems to be that you don't
I've been
understand where the number came from.
No, I don't care where the number came from because it's not true. It's a falsity. It doesn't matter. I'm in a direct chat with Ninja, and I've been in a direct chat with Ninja for 5 minutes, and he even wrote in here, "You guys get triggered when people come here with that model," and I understand why. I've been in a direct chat with him for like 5 minutes. And I don't know if I had any more success. And you guys, it's super triggered you guys.
It's
not. I'm not trying to support their model. I'm saying you can take their model and use it to prove that it's false. Because they can't even produce. You can't even produce. You can't produce.
How do you get the model in the first place?
Yeah,
it's not. I'm sorry.
Mm.
Their heliocentric model. You can take their heliocentric model and prove it's false because they.
But you've got the model. You're starting off with the model. The model's there.
I'm not denying that. You can take their.
Well, how do you? If you make something, how do you prove it false? You've made it.
Yeah.
You're starting off with it. It's there in your head.
Bev, is you can do the math on what they've given you based on their starting number and prove the falsity in it.
It's not their starting number.
It's the number they give. Why don't you understand that? It's the number they give. It's their given number.
Yeah, they give you a parallelism, and you're not willing to look at it and see where it comes from.
I don't need to look at it because it's false. So I don't need to look at it. I can just say, look, we can just run your numbers. You know? We can just plug
talking about Santa Claus again.
We can just plug your numbers in, and you're not going to get the correct answer.
Circle back around.
69 degrees
for Santa Claus stuff.
69 miles for 1 degree is a very correct number. The only number that possibly can be measured.
Okay, so
69 miles horizontally.
I'm not arguing 69
miles horizontally.
I'm arguing their claim of 24,000 miles of constant curvature. So I said, okay, you got 24,000 miles of constant curvature. Show me 8 inches of it. You can't.
And what did I say to you? I said give a different figure, didn't I?
Well, it doesn't matter what figure we're talking about. It's an exact science math. If you got 24,000 miles of constant.
Well, hold on. You just said exact science. No. I said give a different figure, didn't I?
What difference does it make if it's not a true figure? If I'm just going to throw out numbers.
Who says 24,000 miles is a true figure?
I'm not saying it's true. That's the point.
It's a parallelism.
We know it's not true. We know
so I said give a different figure and then work.
Okay,
let's
take if we take a, like I said, I tried to. If you take a sphere that's 100 inches, okay, then for every inch there's still going to be curvature because it's a sphere, and so you should be able to demonstrate it. You should be able to measure it. They can't measure 8 inches of their 24,000 miles of curvature.
Still talking about the same.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what number they give. They can't demonstrate an inch of it anywhere in the earth. That's my point. That's
why do you have what can no wait a minute. What can they measure?
Can't measure the curve.
What can they measure?
They can't measure their curve.
What can they measure?
They can't measure their curve.
What can they measure? Let's go positive on this. Stop being so negative. What can they do positively?
I don't.
Nothing.
I'll tell you again, right? They measure 69 miles horizontally, and they measure a 1 degree change. They actually do that. That's real.
Bev,
right, so that's what they can. That's what they can measure. Positive.
Bev, so they did that, and that's where they came up with their number.
How?
Okay.
How?
So
how do you come up with a number?
You said that's what they did.
How do they come up with a number from 69 miles horizontally?
My point is,
how many horizontals do they fit on a globe?
Bev. The reason I'm not interested in answering that question is because it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. Because the bottom line is, I can hold you to the number you gave me, but regardless of whether you got it from. You want to give me this number?
They won't deny it.
Listen,
nobody will deny what I've just said to you.
I'm not denying it, but that's the point. I'm not denying it. I'm telling you,
just don't see what
it
is
for their model. If you want to say, okay, your sphere is 24,000 miles, I'm gonna hold you to that.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying 69 miles horizontally. Actual measurement in reality that is actually done.
I know it's not real. Okay, so I'm not focused on whether
it is definitely real. 69 miles horizontally for a 1 degree change is real.
I'm not focused on that. I'm focused on the fact that they're 24,000.
Here we go again. You're not focused on reality. You're focused on a model.
I'm focused on the fact, listen, that it doesn't exist, that it's not real.
I see. This is the reason why you got muted.
Listen, we weren't even talking about this in the other chat. I know it's not real. Listen, I know it's not real. I know it's not based on anything factual. All right? But you gave me this number. So I say, if I plug your numbers in, where's your 8 inches to prove the starting number? You don't have it. So therefore, your whole equation is wrong. Your whole equation is wrong because you can't even produce 8 inches of it. Because you gave me the starting number. So if you run this formula...
When you keep saying I haven't give you any of this. Nobody here gave you that. So stop talking to us as though we are the ones that have give you this fantasy model that you can't get out of your head. I'm giving you 69 miles horizontal measurement.
Know that. But their fantasy model means they have to be able to produce 8 inches of curvature for every mile square, and it cannot be done. And based on that, we know that
based on what?
That you
don't even know where that maths come from. You're just parroting numbers that are given to you.
Right. I'll give you that. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
Whether
you just
because there's a formula for measuring a curve.
There isn't.
There is a formula for measuring a curve.
No, there isn't.
You don't think you have to measure curve things?
You can't measure a curve.
You can't measure a curve.
No.
So you're telling me I can't take a measuring tape and run over my basketball and get a measurement?
Yeah. That would be a straight line, right?
I can't measure
straight line distance.
Listen.
It's a straight line distance.
I can't take a measuring a protractor and determine the radius of a circle
with a protractor. Yeah, you can't do that.
You
can't do that
anyway. It's still measuring
what?
Something that
where would you put the protractor? On the ball.
It depends on what you're trying to measure.
Well, would you put the protractor to measure the radius of the ball? Where would you put it?
Well, you would have to first. Well, I'm not talking about a ball now. I would have to.
Yeah, you are. You are definitely talking about a ball. Where would you put the protractor on a ball?
I'm not talking about. I'm talking
yes,
about.
You are. You're talking about their model.
I'm not talking about their model. I'm talking about.
You're not talking about their model.
A ball is not a circle.
What are you talking about now then?
A ball is not a circle, is a sphere, right? You can measure the radius of a sphere. You can measure the radius of a circle.
How do you measure the radius of a sphere?
There's a formula for it based on the surface.
That's not measuring, is it?
So you're telling me I can't take a measuring tape and wrap it around a basketball?
That's not the radius. How do you measure the radius? You're the one that said you could measure the radius.
Formula for
no, that's not measuring.
Yeah, formulas are not measuring.
It's a sphere. You have to plug.
You're getting ridiculous.
Wow.
You have to plug the numbers.
So argumentative.
I'm not.
No argument.
You can measure. You can't. I agree with you that they haven't measured the surface curve of the curve, but you can take. There's a formula for measuring.
There's no formula for measuring. We use rulers and tape measures and instruments and tools for measuring, not formulas. That formulas are for calculating.
Exactly.
If you're trying to measure how big around a basketball is, and you measure it, you take a measuring tape and you wrap it around the ball. You could figure out how wide around the ball is.
You don't wrap measuring tapes around balls.
You can figure out the diameter. You can figure out.
You've never done that, have you?
I'm not saying that I have. I'm saying it can be measured.
It's obvious that you haven't, because you wouldn't do that. It's ridiculous.
You can measure a basketball. There could be reasons.
Why would you want to measure a basketball?
It doesn't matter. It's you can measure it.
Doesn't matter. Shouldn't it be standard size?
Well, if you're going to play basketball, the ball needs to be able to fit in the hoop. So you need a measurement for the hoop and the ball.
I doubt it.
Because if the hoop is smaller than the ball, then the ball's not going in the hoop. If you ever went to the store and bought a basketball, women's basketballs for like the NBA are not the same size as the balls they have for the NBA. I mean, you can measure a ball. There's a formula for determining the circumference of a sphere, the radius of a sphere.
Pi d.
And so you can, so how big or how small that is, that formula doesn't change.
Or the radius is half the diameter.
Right, so that's what you're saying is a formula. That doesn't change no matter how big or small.
It's not a measurement though, is it?
I never said it was. You got to plug in the numbers to get the measurement.
You did say it was a measurement. Yeah,
no,
you're going back on yourself.
I said you can. No, I didn't. I said you can measure the curve of a sphere if you know what the given number is.
You said you could measure the radius of a sphere.
You can't. There's a formula for it. You have to have.
You can't measure a formula.
There is a formula for determining the curve of a sphere.
I don't think so. You mean the length of the circumference?
Determining or measuring?
You wouldn't call it the curve of a sphere either. And that's not a mathematical term.
Is a sphere not a constant curvature?
It is, yes.
So
how many 69 miles horizontals can you fit on a surface of constant curvature?
You keep asking me that question. I have answered you repeatedly and told you I do not know. I don't know why you keep asking me that question.
Because that's a really weird, strange answer.
I don't know what you're trying to prove. I don't know. If I don't have the answer to something, I don't know the answer. Why do you keep asking me that?
Well,
think about it.
Pretty simple.
I don't know the answer. So why do you keep asking me that?
Think about it.
I don't know the answer.
Is a horizontal a straight?
Yes.
Is the surface of a sphere a constant curvature?
Yes.
So how many straights can you fit on a surface of constant curvature?
There is no straights on the surface of a constant curve.
So 0.
Yay!
So what is your point?
They measure a change of the angle after 69 miles traveled horizontally.
Focus on how they came up with the number.
In reality, I'll say it again. In reality, they travel 69 miles horizontally and measure a 1 degree change of the light in the sky.
I am not arguing that with you. Like I really don't.
We're not arguing it.
Somebody's laughing.
It's not about not getting it, bro.
I'm not arguing.
It doesn't matter that's what they did to come up with the number. It's not based on anything factual. So it doesn't matter whether they burn 3 witches.
I mean, it is based on definitely on factual. 69 miles traveled horizontally and a 1 degree change of the light in the sky.
I'm not talking about.
See, you've got a superpower. Can you please teach me that? Somehow you seem to be able to talk over Bev while he's making his point. And then
Bev
when
has said that to me so many times,
like
and I'm
you're doing
not
now,
and then over you as well. She's just
hear me
talking
while I'm
over
talking.
everybody.
Sorry, go ahead.
So how do you do that? Can you teach me that?
Go ahead.
Modern day sophistry.
He's asked me that question about 69 miles horizontal, and I have not argued that with him. I don't know why.
All right. So just to convince me, can you repeat back to me what was the question that Bev asked you?
Can you measure 69 miles horizontal? Is horizontal a straight line? How much of a curve is straight? Is what he keeps asking me. I have no argument with any of that. I have no problem with any of that. Bev's focus is on where did they get this number from? And what I'm telling you is, it wouldn't matter to me if they burn 3 witches at the
Why
stake.
do you think that is? Conspiracy.
And I'm trying to
Why?
answer your
Conspiracy.
question.
Conspiracy. Calm down for a second. Why do you think Bev keeps going back to this?
Because Bev can't let it go, because just like Ninja said, y'all get so focused, y'all get so triggered when somebody brings that up. But I wasn't
No.
bringing it up to support it. Yeah,
No.
Ninja wrote it in a thing in DM me. He did.
Skeptic.
She's
I
just going to
see that.
make up whatever she thinks in her own head about what we're doing. She's not going to listen. She's not going to actually stop, shut her mouth, and listen.
Let's try something else. Conspiracy. You would agree that your goal, if you were to entertain the number that you were talking about earlier, is to debunk the heliocentric model. Do I have that right?
Yes, you have that right.
Okay.
You have that 100%
Pause there. Calm down. Pause there. What Bev was trying to get you to see is you don't need to entertain that number to debunk the heliocentric model. Because conspiracy, could you not talk over me until I finish, please?
Sure.
What he's trying to get you to see is, rather than entertaining a number that someone else gives you for the heliocentric model, if you understood where that number came from, you would see that it's based on a straight line measurement on a supposed sphere, which you cannot have. That debunks it. That's why he was trying to say to you at the very beginning, it's important to know where that number comes from. Because if you understand geometry, which you claim to, and you can understand that there can be no straight lines on a sphere, yet
100%.
they would even agree that you get 69 miles in a straight line horizontally, it debunks all of it. Do you see that or no?
I'm not arguing that. Like,
oh my God.
I'm not arguing that.
Okay.
Forget it. It's game over.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, what if I say I don't disagree with that? What is the problem?
You're not trying to.
It was a yes or no question.
Hold up.
Okay.
Goodness gracious. It's so simple. We're just trying to. If you never know where that number came from, and you don't care nothing about it, why are we even talking about it? It's Santa Claus again.
Then you don't want to debunk it.
It is. I do. It is Santa
No, you
Claus,
don't.
right?
It's clearly.
You just misunderstand me.
Clearly, you
right?
don't.
You just misunderstand my point.
No.
Just take a time out. Take a time out. Goodness gracious. How you been doing, Paige? I haven't seen you in a minute. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, I'm good.
That's good.
Always good.
Good to see you back again.
Spring is in the air, Paige. You smelling it?
Oh, it's looking pretty good today. We've had rain for 3 days straight. It's been horrible, but it looks really lovely out there today.
Yeah,
better than snow.
fall is in the air here.
Better than snow.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah.
I can see SE right now. When the time comes, snowblower.
Uh-huh.
Nicely done. Somebody spotted the non-argument, non-point, no nothing.
This is a perfect example of model affliction.
I don't
Even
have
when,
an affliction.
yeah.
See?
I'm not stuck on their model.
There you go.
I'm
You
tired
don't
of saying
realize it, but you have the model affliction.
I don't
take
believe
it
in the
personal.
model.
You hang around here for a bit, you're gonna understand what we mean. Right now, you think we're attacking you, but we're not attacking you. We're just trying to bring you to reality. That's all we're trying to do.
I'm not disconnected from reality. I know the model is bullshit.
So if you know something is a bullshit, why would you entertain the bullshit?
Skeptic, I gotta ask you why you even bring this here.
I'd say you still have a model, right?
So,
That's the problem. There's
Skeptic,
still
is
a
that
model
you that
there.
asked that question? Because you were the one who invited me. Is that Skeptic
Yeah, I'm
that
one.
asked the question?
Yeah. Sorry?
Skeptic?
Go ahead.
Skeptic. I was not
Yeah,
trying to
go
bring
ahead.
their model or bring any validity to their model. Okay? I was just basically saying if you're going to give me X, then you're going to have to produce Y in order for X to be true. And you can't do it. Like, that's all I was trying to say. Using the given number of X, no matter whatever it is. Given a formula, just math. Like, just take the Earth out of it and just look at it geometrically. If you're going to give me X in the formula as the given number, then you have to be able to produce Y. If you cannot, then X can't stand. That's all I was trying to say. Just like, and you're focused on 69 miles horizontal, how they came up with it.
We go again.
I was saying, okay, I don't argue that with you. I don't
Actual
argue that
real
with you.
life
We know
measurements.
okay, fine, but we know the Earth is not a 24,000 mile sphere. We know it.
Yeah, because we know the geometry and we know it's impossible to come up with that number.
I know it's a falsity. I know it's a falsity, but they still peddle it. They still peddle it as a fact.
You peddling it harder than they ever peddled.
No, I don't. I'm not peddling it as a fact. I'm
conspiracy.
saying you can easily. I'm not saying that it's a fact. That's the point.
Conspiracy.
You don't hear that.
What would you say? What would you say to a baller who came to you telling you that their proof was that the stars drop 1 degree every 69 miles?
I wouldn't be able to argue. I wouldn't be able to argue that with them because I don't.
Well, that's what we're trying to help you with.
But listen, I think you guys.
Goodness.
I think you don't understand what I was trying to say. I really wish I had.
You don't understand. How many times do you want to try and say that?
I don't.
It's sort of a bit of a catchphrase round here, you know. And you know who gave us the catchphrase?
Brought it up.
You know what group of people that gave us the catchphrase? Do you know who they were?
I'm not giving any validity
severely
to
model
their
afflicted people say that to us.
I'm not. They are severely model.
Yeah, no. They say you don't understand, just like you say.
I'm just saying that if you took the number from their model, then why can't, if you took it just...
You can't get 69 miles horizontally from their model, though, if you've already starting off with it, because that's how you measure it in reality to start off with. Now, if you can't get that on a sphere, the model that you're trying to mess about with, what are you doing?
So what you're saying is, and this is why I asked the question in the beginning, and this is how the conversation went so far, because I've heard people
trying to get you
talk
to go
about
to the beginning.
Listen, this is why the conversation was so far out of the way.
I just lowered her voice to 25% on my end because it's unbearable.
This is why the conversation was so far left. Again, I've heard people use this model in an argument.
The one that you bring in here?
I've just heard it. And that's why I asked you that as a point of topic of conversation.
I bet you don't know the argument that you say that they've used it in.
Well, they say that they use it. I've seen, this is what it says. This is what it says here. I'll post it in the chat. That this is what flat earthers use. This is what flat earthers use to debunk.
Why do you want to be? Are you a flat earther?
No, I'm not. I don't like the term flat earth.
Okay. So, but you're willing to get a Google thing of what flat earther argument is and bring it in here with no understanding of any of the geometry or anything and not wanting to look at where it came from.
I did not say that the model is fact. I was just asking what were your thoughts on the fact that this argument is presented.
What
And I've seen
argument?
it presented
There is no argument. I think
well,
we
I've
said
seen
that at the
I've seen
beginning.
that. Well, I've seen that presented. I've seen that presented in podcasts
presented.
and blogs. Well, I got it from just stuff that I had looked up and that I researched.
But
Not
this
over
is
here.
the reason it's not an argument is because you're starting off with an obvious paralogism, and that's why it's not an argument. It fails at the first step.
So then let me ask you a question then. Okay, because we've misunderstood each other from the beginning since we started up.
No, only your misunderstanding.
No,
Yeah,
I think we misunderstood
you
each
might
other.
have misunderstood quite a lot.
I think we misunderstood. You definitely misunderstood me and what I was trying to get at. I was not trying to bring their model in here and trigger you guys and prove their model.
No,
I was asking. I brought it in. I asked you a
triggered by
question
models.
I asked you a question about it, and I was really just trying to get your thoughts.
Which I tried to tell you.
On that. And that if you said the Earth is 24,000 miles in circumference, then where's your
go again?
And I said, where did you get that number from? How do you get that number? Because the only measurements that are ever made in reality are 69 miles horizontally and a 1 degree change of the light in the sky.
Right, and I'm not disputing that with you.
No, I know.
At all.
But you're not seeing the reasoning process that goes along with that.
Listen, Bev, if what you're saying is that I'm not seeing it, I'll just for the sake of argument say, okay, I don't see it. All right. So I'm not focused on that, right? I'm not disputing it. I'm not saying you're wrong, right? I'm trying to ask you a question and you never answered it. You guys just started attacking me because I brought it up.
This isn't an attack. We're just telling you things that happen in reality.
You just brought it up.
That's not.
This is
not an attack.
Yeah.
Of any
attack.
This is why I brought it up.
Goodness.
If we took numbers out of it altogether, right? Wouldn't you have to be able to show or demonstrate curvature in the Earth somewhere if the Earth was actually a ball like they claim it is? Wouldn't you be able to see it somewhere in the Earth or measure any of it? If they told you how big that the Earth is, I mean, wouldn't there have to be some measurable curvature somewhere in the
Why the hell are you asking us that? Go and ask someone who believes in the globe.
Right,
that.
Real quick.
So what are you doing wasting our time with this shit?
I'm not trying to waste your time with. I agree with you. It's not there.
Why you keep bringing their model conspiracy?
Right, because it's the model I see them argue their point with and mock us.
Can I ask a question real quick? Conspiracy.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Mobius.
Hey, I was just wondering, can you, like maybe for 5 minutes, like talk about reality without saying the word globe or circumference, or, can you talk about reality without talking about the model that you're bringing up constantly?
Focus on a model. That's the whole thing. I'm not focused on the model.
No, you see, that's the point, right? You're not understanding conspiracy. Basically, under the spell of the heliocentric model, right? You keep bringing the globe, right, to the conversation, and you say, "Oh no, I'm not." So do you understand? So stop it, please. Just don't bring that. Just people, they're trying to help you out, mate. Come on.
See, what we're trying to tell you here is conspiracy is you can argue this thing without allowing what you're allowing to happen. And we're just giving you a way to do that. But you don't seem to accept or understand what we're trying to tell you. You don't need to go into their fantasy to fight this. I do it sometimes too. I enjoy it. I make fun of them, but you don't have to do that in this instance. Do you understand? You can kill it before you give him that.
No, she's decided her argument's the best, and we just don't understand.
Don't do that. See, now
her.
No, that's not true. You're putting words in my
Talk
mouth.
over me. Go ahead.
I don't appreciate it. I don't appreciate
I
it.
don't give a shit.
What he was saying.
Oh my god.
I was listening to what he was saying, and you interrupted him to insult me, and it's uncalled for.
No, he'd finished speaking. I went to answer him and you overtalked me, is what happened. But anyway.
Well, okay, so
Yeah, let
go ahead
Paige do her thing. Let Paige speak her piece, and you go next. Conspiracy.
Yeah, it just seems to me that you've decided that the way you formulated your argument for this in your head is right, and it doesn't matter what we say, you're not going to listen. We just don't understand your point. You're not stopping and understanding that we've actually got a better way to do this.
That's not my perspective. That's your perspective of what I was trying to say. And if you would like for me to use your argument going forward, if I encounter someone else in a conversation, because I do have conversations with people outside the server about this topic, and this was one topic that was used a lot in other conversations, to not prove their model.
We're not saying you have to use it. We're saying please just listen to us. You're not even listening. Like every time Bev goes to explain it again to you, your first response is, "Oh, you just don't understand. You don't understand what I was talking about. You don't know. You." And
somebody asked me to repeat what he said, and I repeated it. I heard it.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the whole bloody conversation. You've been doing it for like 2 hours.
For 2 hours, I've just been trying to defend myself against you guys.
Defend yourself against what, you silly twit?
See, there you go.
What?
The insults. The insults.
Because you're being silly. Nobody's debating you.
And even if you honestly believe I didn't understand, it's not necessary for you to be calling me names. I haven't called you any names yet.
Told you it's boring.
Like conspiracy.
No, just we don't understand. We're dumb. We don't understand. You told us that a million times.
You know what? You've called me dumb and said a whole bunch of shit in the chat. So don't put my mouth in your words, because I haven't insulted any of you here yet.
So it's okay for you to say we don't understand, but it's not okay for me to say you don't understand.
I didn't say you don't understand.
Fuck you.
No, fuck you harder, bitch.
She sounds like a cross of Brenda and
So it's a cross between Brenda and Naps.
This is ridiculous, actually. So just don't go down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, this is not needed at all.
Actually, this is. If you got something personal, go somewhere else, please. This is it's a special place, right?
Well,
yeah,
why
just
don't you correct her?
at least try and keep the model out of the conversation. Just try it.
Well, if the model is off limits, then that's all y'all. If the model is off limits to even talk about it, then that's fine. I wasn't trying to
just
defend
try it as a challenge for yourself. See if you can.
I was just asking a question.
See if you can actually drop the model for a bit. It's a challenge for a lot of people, especially the people that have been in this arena for a long time. Yes, you are. You're obviously you can't get it out your head.
I'm not. You made that assumption because I brought it up, and that's what pissed me off from the very beginning.
Okay.
7 years I've been here.
Try and drop the model, please. Rob's still trying.
I don't give a fuck about the model because I know it's.
You sound like you do, really.
Well, I don't give a damn what it sounds like. I just told you I don't believe.
All I've heard is circles and spheres your whole time you've been here.
But I'm not. I'm not.
Do you listen carefully to yourself, right?
I'm not trying to measure the curvature in the Earth because I know it doesn't exist.
Yourself, right? Listen to what you say.
I'm not trying to measure the curvature in the Earth, bro, because I know it's not there. It doesn't exist.
I know. We all know that. Why would that entertain a fantasy, mate?
Why are you? Then you know what? Then why is he gonna go have this debate with somebody who's a Glover? For this, why would you even go do that?
I'm not doing that.
Why would you go? Why?
There is no debate. What are you talking about?
No.
Do you imagine there's some sort of a debate here?
You said why are you going?
You've never made an argument about anything.
Why are you going to go do a debate with someone who believes in the heliocentric model?
I don't know. I haven't got a clue. I haven't got a clue. It's a mystery debate where I'm checking how good I am at actually debating. on the fly.
Right. And that's
Mm-hmm.
why I brought the topic up, because I've seen it being debated. That's all. That's the only reason I brought it up.
Well, how do you think we dealt with it? Have you ever heard that come back before?
I've never heard.
I call that the argument from reality.
Okay, well, I've never heard the 69-mile horizontal answer that you gave to me bringing that up.
Oh,
I've never heard that before.
Wow. And how long did you say you've been in this?
Oh, I was in the other flat Earth server for 2 years.
Oh, and you never heard?
I've never heard anyone
about
make
the
that,
actual measurements done in reality. That's weird.
I've never heard anyone bring that particular point up. And again, my focus was not on saying you were incorrect at all. I heard you. I was just asking about. The only reason I brought it up was because I've seen it brought up before in conversations to debunk their model about not being able to produce any of the curvature in the Earth, the heliocentric model.
Who's give you that model?
Whoever came up with the heliocentric model.
When were you taught it? Let's say that. Let's go with that.
In elementary school.
Wow. About after when? So what's the most recent thing that you can remember being taught in school about the model? What sticks in your mind the most?
The only thing that I could remember about the heliocentric model from school was that clearly that I remember off the top of my head. Like, I don't remember any of the trajectory models. I didn't remember what they told us the surface curve of the Earth was. The only thing I really took from that was that the Earth is supposed to be orbiting around the sun at some ungodly rate of speed and while spinning on its axis. That was the only thing that I could really remember after my formal schooling about the heliocentric model.
What about all of that other stuff that you've just given us then? Where did that come from?
About
did you get that at school? Yeah.
No.
So where did you get that from?
I'm going to answer your question. Mm-hmm. Eric Dubé, who has some material that he published, like before they changed the algorithm on YouTube, he did because he was like one of the ones that was like really popular at first when I first went to research flat Earth, when someone brought it to me. He was someone who came up right away in the algorithm, and he was getting a huge following. He had like over 1 million followers, and this was before Congress went to the government to really just suppress what we're talking about right now. They killed his channel. He made another one. They killed that one.
Yeah, all right. Are you going to go on about that? But I mean, are you saying you got the model that you're talking about from Eric Dubé?
Well, no, he produced it. I don't know where he got it from, but he produced it to debunk the heliocentric model. That to say
he got what?
That if Eric Dubé, he has a video, and I can put it in the chat. I think I did earlier today. It was like 200. Eric Dubé. He put together a really long thing. It was like 200 proofs that the Earth is not a spinning globe, and he referenced.
So is that what is that he referenced this?
That was the first time. That was the first time I'd ever seen it. You know,
and he didn't bother telling you about 69 miles and 1 degree.
horizontal. I watched the 200 proofs that the Earth is not a spinning globe,
and that wasn't one of them.
I don't remember. I'm gonna say I don't remember.
Actual measured
distances. Hold on. I don't remember all of the 200 proofs, but one thing that I do remember, because I've seen it and I've heard other people discussing it in different podcasts. I've watched a lot of material on YouTube. And if you Google it, it'll come up in Google where people say, well, flat earthers use this to debunk the heliocentric model because you can't produce 8 inches of curvature for every square mile, right? So that's the only reason I asked the question, because I knew you were going to go have this debate with this guy, and I've seen that before. It's been something that has been argued or debated commonly.
Yeah,
what were your thoughts on it? And you guys just went crazy.
Are you checking whether he should actually bring it up tonight?
I thought he might bring it up. That's the only.
Do you reckon he would now after hearing this? Do you reckon he'd have a go at bringing that up?
I don't know.
I don't know. Did you put a good case? Do you think he would be impressed by the case that you've put up for
Well, I'm not
your
talking to him.
misunderstanding
You
of.
are.
I know, but I mean, do you think you put a good enough case across, or do you think he'd
Well,
be able to do it better than you did?
Listen. It's not my case, right? All Eric Dubay said in his presentation regarding that, right? All he said was that if that given number were true, you would have to produce 8 inches of curvature for every square mile. You can't find it anywhere on the earth. Now, he didn't come up with that. He produced a formula in his presentation. Hold on. He produced this information in his presentation. It was one of the talking points of his 200. That was the first time I'd ever seen it. One of 200 proofs.
Did you meet Eric Dubay?
No, I've never met Eric Dubay.
Oh, just seen it on YouTube.
But he didn't come up with that. He's just someone who's a research content creator. He just added it. He got that from somewhere. I'm not sure where he cited he got that from.
He got it from a paralogism. That was the same place that you got it from. He just got it handed to him. So yeah, here's an argument. Obviously, Flat Earth Society. I mean, looking back at it now, everyone should be able to see that if that's what you're saying, then you're either Flat Earth Society or you and Eric are. To confuse people.
Oh, and that's where they labeled Flat Earth. It's like a Flat Earth Society thing. But see, I don't know if you. And this is where I said I wasn't comfortable with the label Flat Earth, because when there was a pushback about people even talking about this or going against the heliocentric model, there was like kind of like a division, and then there was kind of like this mockery, and it was labeled Flat Earth or Flat Earth Society. And I really think it. And I listen what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
And it was really to deter new people from finding the truth, right? And it's all over YouTube. And so if you go out now, if you had somebody new that really wanted to even just question this, if they go out, they're gonna be met with all of that Flat Earth, mockery, society, and all that.
Total confusion,
that's why,
right?
It's
like exploded minds, people wandering around not knowing.
It's information
circles
overload.
from straight lines.
It's information overload. It's total confusion. It's really to just. It's really to just deter you.
I'm sick of hearing this right now. I freaking swear.
It's really to deter you.
The time out
from looking for the
pretty
truth.
soon.
It's to deter you from looking for the truth.
It's no tanks.
It sounds. What it is, I'm gonna stand on this soapbox and I'm just gonna keep on talking through everybody, and you're gonna listen to me and what I have to say and what I've seen. What have you proved? Please.
Of anything, like where are you going with that? I was literally talking to him. I'm not trying to prove anything.
Oh my God.
Oh, great.
Yeah. That's
I'm
right,
not
Gadget.
trying to prove anything.
So you're not trying to prove anything. What are we doing?
I brought up a point that wasn't something that I made up or came up with. It was just something that I saw from someone else who produced content, and I don't know. I can't cite the source of where that formula came from or who worked it out initially, right? But it was a common like point of debate for a lot of stuff that I came across, for a lot of material when I was researching the truth.
Can we look in the chats and see what Blue's talking about? That sounds so much more funny.
Blue's gone.
He's gone?
Yeah.
On YouTube?
Yeah, he won't come in YouTube. He left on Discord, so why would he come back on YouTube? They'll all be watching the big debate.
Let me ask you guys a question. Are any of you
hold on. Goodness gracious. I wasn't done. Okay. You've had the mic all this time.
No, I haven't.
Majority of it.
No, I haven't.
I haven't spoke that much.
Go ahead.
Okay then. Like I said, anybody in the chats, let's check that out. I need a damn BC right now.
It's not played out yet. Got a long way to go yet.
Yeah. I'll take a bus to sound right now. Brief intermission. Fuck. Buster, are you there? Are you can you go live for us?
He's not back from work yet. Still early.
Shit.
You ain't getting out of this, Redmond.
No, apparently not. But like I said, man, all I want to see is people just start. I can't make a proof for anybody out there. You go out and prove for yourself. I can't give somebody a proof because it's my proof. Now I'm not worried about everybody else's proof because I have to do things for myself. Critically think. That's what got us in this mess. And nobody critically thinking. Talk about these stories. When you find out the tooth fairy ain't nothing, mom and dad putting dollars up on your pillow. I don't want to talk about the tooth fairy nor Santa Claus. I lived in an apartment. I ain't had no chimney.
Don't be mean. He climbed in through the window. Come on now.
Nah, that's a burglar then. My daddy should have shot him.
Would have been dead, huh? Yeah.
That Christmas for everybody would have been shot.
Don't you be messing with Southerners' windows, because could be your last.
Oh yeah. So that, Let me go on the YouTube chat. What the hell?
Are any of you familiar with Eric Dubé? Have any of you ever heard of him? I'm just asking
Definitely flat Earth Society.
So you think he's flat?
Didn't you hear me when I told you I've been around here for 7 years? 7.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
I've heard it all.
I know you've heard it all, so let me ask you a question. So you think he's flat Earth Society, and he's not a good place to get his content is not a good place for someone who is interested in flat Earth to start looking? Because I have
start looking with him, but you'll soon realize that he is just as flawed in his model affliction as well. His model's just different.
Because when I first
Somebody in the background.
the only one, but there were a lot of different content creators. But at the time when I started looking, he had the most a following, so the algorithm presented it first. And I watched a lot of his stuff, went over his material.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What do you think of my man Nathan Oakley?
I've never heard of who that is.
He's been around here for 2 years. Come on.
And you never heard of my man Nathan Oakley?
Is that a content creator on YouTube?
I find that hard to believe. You need to watch some flat Earth debate.
Is that a content creator on YouTube?
Yeah.
Well, put
check
the
him
link
out.
in the chat. I'll check it out.
No, I can't do links. I'm on my phone. I'm trying to work. I'm trying to change an ABS pump in a car while I'm listening to this gibberish. It's hilarious.
So a lot of the information that I have on the hard drive and a lot of the stuff that he produced, I mean, that kind of helped me come to the understanding to stop believing in the heliocentric model. So what you're saying is he's not a good source for information for learning about that the Earth is not a globe. Is that what you're saying? That he's
okay,
part
now
of the
you're
problem?
trolling us. You haven't heard of Nathan Oakley. 2 years you've been on the scene.
Bro, you think
24/7.
Listen, you think I have a reason to lie? I just told you I never heard of the man. You think I'm lying? Why would I troll you?
Oh, wait! I got a question. Have you heard of QE?
QE?
Yeah.
No, I've heard of.
Oh my God! Are you serious?
I've heard of ODT TV.
Nah.
Eric Dubé.
Your time is short here.
Why?
What about
I don't know all the content creators, you know?
Nah.
Ignorant.
I'm not saying that.
Did you say time's short here? I mean, time's long. I mean,
That's ignorant.
what?
And then, like I said, Eric Dubay was where I
What's
got
ignorant?
a lot of. Eric Dubay is
That just a reflex action that when you just said
time?
that's ignorant.
Eric, no, it's ignorant for him to say my time is going to be short lived here because I don't know the content creators. You know, all you have to do is share the information. Bro.
No,
You don't have to get
you've just admitted to being in 24/7 for 2 years, and you don't know who QE is.
I just told you I don't know who he is. I don't sit in their server every day. I joined it 2 years ago. I joined it 2 years ago. When I went off.
Is that it? And then you've never done anything else ever since. You just decided to come back after a 2-year hiatus.
I go. I didn't say I was on a 2-year hiatus. I go on their server periodically. They talk about different things. Sometimes they're on topic.
And you
sometimes
don't
they're
know
not.
who QE is, or Nathan Oakley.
Are you talking of who is QE? What does that stand for? I don't know who he is. I don't follow him.
Quantum Eraser. Easy.
I've never heard of him.
Wow. I find that a bit hard to believe, to be honest, that you've been over on 24/7 and not heard of who QE is. Didn't he have a special slot there somewhere?
He is the main mod there. He is the main mod there.
I'm going to go look right now.
No, look. I know who Helio is. I know who Helio Skeptic is. There's a lot of different people in there all the time when I go in there. Sometimes they're talking about that. A lot of times they're having off-topic conversations. I know there was another guy in there. His name was Quantum something. Is that who you're talking about? He claims to be a quantum physicist. Is that who you're talking about? Because I know who that is.
You know,
Maybe
everybody
you're
listening to you now is going,
Maybe you're shortening his name. But there was another guy in there. They called him Quantum. Is that who you're talking about?
No, it's not what I said.
Okay, then I don't know a QE. I know who Helio Skeptic is. He's the guy that owns the server that's in there drunk half the time. You know who he is?
Of course I do.
Okay,
I've been around. I've been around a lot longer than you.
Okay, and I've never
for you to sit there.
And I don't know
tell
who
you
you are. I've never seen you before either.
That's
When
fine.
I've been here. So what does that mean? Does that mean anything?
I'm just telling you like this. For you to been around 2 years, never heard him talk over there. There's something wrong. I'm just saying.
Okay.
There's something wrong with the
Have you
picture.
ever met me before? I just told you I left their server, and Skeptic can verify that. I've been in and out of that server 2 years. Have you ever heard me speak before?
Never seen you in that server,
Okay,
actually.
So what does that prove? What is your point?
Still looking.
I don't know who you are. You don't know who I am, and we've both been in that server together for 2 years. So what is your point? You don't know who I am.
I've been there longer. Never heard you speak over there.
Okay, well I've been over there, and Helio knows who I am. You go ask him if I've been in that server for 2 years. So I don't have to lie. I don't need to lie to you. You guys are being a bunch of fucking assholes, but I don't need to lie to you. I don't know who you were talking about.
I'd hate to see what you would do if people were actually being like assholes to you.
Yeah, I'm really done with you because you started off on the wrong foot with me with the insult. So yeah, I don't really care to have any further conversation with you. Yeah, I don't know who you're talking about. Again, when the concept of the debunking of the heliocentric model was brought to me, it was brought to me in an Xbox party chat, and I went off on my own to research it.
And why the hell are you bringing it here?
What are you talking about? Bring here, again. Stop talking to me. Skeptical invited me to the server, so I'm done talking to you. So don't ask me anything else.
Hey, Skeptical. I got a question. Hey, Skeptical, how you think this is going?
Skeptical left. That's how he thinks.
Oh, he left? Oh, wow. He didn't want to hear it and sit around and listen to this.
Listen to what? That's what you guys are all stuck on. You guys are like swarm. You guys are being like swarms. Like you're swarming me. Like it's so funny.
No, I'm not
nothing. And we both have the same ideals. That's what the funny part is. You're literally
don't have the same ideal as you.
You keep saying that. I don't think so.
We do. You think I'm here like some kind of troll or infiltrator? Like I believe that the Earth is a ball. I don't. Skeptical invited me here, so it's not that I do not believe in that. I asked a question based on information that I
Circle back
first found
around.
when I first started looking into flat Earth, and the source of that information was Eric Dubay. And I asked if any of you guys were familiar with him because he was one of the most popular content creators. And most of the stuff that I have is of his content and what's on the hard drive. So now you're saying he's flat Earth society. That was surprising to me because I actually thought that he was a good source of information. He claims that he does not believe in the heliocentric model. So if you're telling me that this is not a good source of information, this is one of the things that I consider as a primary source of my information. You're like triggered because I don't know who these other people are. He just wasn't somebody that I followed. I followed Eric Dubay in the beginning. I followed ODT TV. I don't know if you know who he is in the beginning. I followed them both on Twitter and on YouTube, and they put links and references to some of the information where they got it from. I went and I looked into all that, and then Congress changed the algorithm. And if you go in there and you try to look up stuff about this now, you're gonna be deflected. If you try
Got a question. Got a question. Because
Yeah.
you're going back in a circle again. So how would you prove that this model is false? How would you do that? Or have you done it?
Prove what model is false? What model are you talking about? When you say this, what model are you referring to?
See the aim here. I can see it already.
When you say, how would you prove the model is false?
You brought the model in here. Don't try and flip it round.
Okay, I'm just making sure we're talking about the same thing because again, you got all pissed.
I don't know which model you're
you got all
talking about.
pissed and said we're not talking about Santa Claus and all that. Like I said, I don't believe in the model. You brought it up, and then if I speak on it, you're gonna attack me.
What I said was, how would you prove it for yourself? Proof. How did you prove it?
How did I come to understand that it was false?
No, proof. Proof.
To myself.
Yes. Short and concise.
It took a long time.
Your number one proof.
I can't say that it was particularly one proof. It took me 8 months of trying to prove the heliocentric model to come to the understanding that it was false because I couldn't do it.
Did you not just watch your Eric Dubay video? Didn't he have ones with like 100? And you didn't go with any one of those. You went like, no, I'm not trusting that Eric Dubay. I want to. Or you just spent 8 months trying to prove one of Eric Dubay's proofs.
No,
to yourself, like, because they're that fucking crazy.
No, I didn't. When it was first brought to me, I spent a lot of time going through NASA material because I thought.
Did Eric Dubay tell you to do that?
No, I didn't discover Eric Dubay until I gave up looking through the NASA material. But when someone first brought the concept to me that the heliocentric model was false, we got in an argument about it, and then he made a point about water. Couldn't argue that point with him, so I left the chat so I could, because he challenged me about proving the heliocentric model, and I didn't know it. I didn't remember it from school. So I went off on Google to try to prove it, to try to learn it, so I could do the talking points on it, right?
Yeah.
So I went to Google. I started off on Google, and I started off
round and round your head forever, right? It never stops.
You asking me for short and concise? I can't tell you that it was short. It took me 8 months.
It's still there. You've not got rid of it. In fact, you've probably gone deeper into it.
No, I haven't.
Yeah,
I looked at it. Don't speak for me.
Full-on nutsack.
Do not speak for me. I full on 100% do not believe we live on a spinning ball. That's
keep saying it though. You can't get it out of your head.
No, you can't get it out of your head, and you keep trying to put words in my mouth, and you don't need to do that.
You
can use your common sense and look out into the sky and see.
You don't want to bring in like freaking spinning globe, heliocentric.
I don't believe you guys are so fucking triggered
He's
because I
saying
just
it as
brought it
well.
up.
He's saying it as
Because I
well. It's
brought it
like
up.
two of you now.
You can look out in the sky and see you're not moving. You can observe any body of water and see that it rises to its level when it's contained. Water rises to its level. It's contained.
What are you talking
The
about?
water spreads
Rises.
and rises to its level.
Wow.
When it's contained. That's what water does. If you fill it up in a cup, a bathtub, whether it's in a lake, an ocean, or a river, water spreads until it's contained. And if it's contained and there's more of it, it will continue to rise to its level. Okay, that's the properties of water. Okay, so when you ask me for any one thing, when you have had a whole life of programming and institutional education, it starts with, before you even start at kindergarten, every movie you see the universal globe spinning, all this propaganda all the damn time. Nobody can really take that from you in the span of one conversation. I don't know how you all got here. I don't know if it took one word, one conversation, one content creator. That didn't do it for me.
We've been here for years.
Well, before you were here,
We've been here for years doing this.
How long you've been here. So before you
Talking
were here
to people
doing this for years,
who
did you
come round here and imagine that we don't know anything.
No, I didn't say that. Did all of you start off as people?
I told you I've been here for 7 fucking years,
okay,
man.
I'm not arguing that. But let me ask you that. Before your 7 fucking years, did you start off believing that the earth was flat? No, you didn't. You weren't educated that way.
Didn't have anything.
Nope.
Still don't.
Didn't have anything.
The one thing all of us have in common is at some point we realized that wasn't true.
What
wasn't
true?
I don't know why the fuck you have a problem with how I came
What
to
wasn't
that understanding.
true?
I'm tired of her being on the freaking mic, dude. Tired of this.
You have a similar talking technique as Rumpus. Has anybody ever told you that? Do you know who Rumpus is?
Is that a content creator?
Again.
You asked me a question and you were mad because I couldn't answer it the way you wanted. You wanted one proof. I told you you can't. I couldn't give you one because for a lifetime of education, I couldn't
for the Rumpus.
I couldn't have someone take that from me in the span of one conversation. Is that all it took for you? Is that all it took for you to change your understanding after your whole education?
I didn't change anything. I've never changed anything.
So Bev, let me ask you this. Have you always been someone who knew from the very beginning, since you were a kid, that the heliocentric model was false, that the Earth was not a ball? Did you always know that from the very beginning?
Never had a model.
So when you were in school, they didn't teach you that Earth was a ball. What school did you go to?
No, I had a traumatic incident that made me lose childhood programming.
So you're telling me from the time you were in institute and then any kind of
school, not listening.
Teaching that? Then you're special.
Train wreck.
So let me ask you, smart ass.
Conspiracy. You didn't even hear what he said. Conspiracy. That is so rude.
You're rude.
No, you didn't. Repeat what he said then.
He said he had a Germanic education and they didn't do that. So I'm asking you.
No, that's not what he said at all. He said he had a traumatic childhood incident. Listen, shut your mouth and listen. Go for it, Bev.
Go ahead, Bev.
Yeah, there's stages of cognitive development that you go through. In the beginning, you start off in a, like, I don't know what they call it, gamma state. Like you're in a hypnotized state where everything you get taught from a very early age, it's a boost start, just gets accepted as truth, right? Because it's your parents. The parents are meant to look after you, and then up to the age of about 7, everything you get taught just goes straight in. And that's when you said you learned about the globe model, right? Then at about 7 or 8, the mind changes, and you have to cognitively accept things. You have to be able to pass through this process of understanding before you get this. But anything from before that is already in there. It's ingrained. But I lost that. So I have no model right now. So from that point onwards, no model gets taught to you.
You didn't answer my question. I asked you, when you attended school, did you not go to school or were you homeschooled? Did you go to an institution of learning?
I went to a school.
In school, did they teach you the Earth was a ball?
No.
Or what did they teach you about the Earth?
Nothing. I did actually go to college and do land surveying, and there they taught me how to measure the land.
You're deflecting.
Active geometry, practical geometry.
I'm talking about elementary school.
Everything at elementary school was wiped from a traumatic incident.
Okay, so you can't answer my question then. Fine. So the other guy in here.
I have no model. That's what's different.
Fine. Then that's the answer to my question. So the other guy in here who asked me for one answer about how I came to the understanding that
everybody knows this knowledge that you have of the globe was placed there before you were able to cognitively realize it, and because of that, you can't get rid of it.
I can't get rid of it.
You can't get rid of it. Everybody has to admit they cannot get rid of it.
Listen, don't tell me what I cannot and cannot do, okay? He asked me to give him one example that switched it for me. I asked him, since he was educated just like me, he's from Georgia. So you said you're from the hood, you from Georgia. You went to school here. So that means you had to take earth science in school, elementary school. They taught you this bullshit. So you were educated all the way through elementary school.
Shoot your question.
How old are you?
So what,
how old are you? How modern is this education that we're talking about?
Hold on a second.
No, because this is important. This is something we can all learn from.
I don't know
how soon are we talking? How old are you?
I don't know how. I'm 47. I don't know how old you are, but I had to take earth science. They taught me the Earth was a ball the whole time I was in school up until I had to take earth science, so I graduated. They taught me the Earth was a ball the whole time. So my question to you is, when you realized that wasn't true, what did you realize it in the span of one conversation? How did you come upon it? Did it just take one conversation, one talking point to switch it for you?
I tried to measure it as a ball, and that's it. Bottom.
That's what you did? That's how it worked for you? That was the one thing it took for you?
Yeah, if you can't measure the ground, why are you over talking me? Why are you over talking?
Go ahead.
I went looking for research of how they measured it to be a ball. I didn't find it. Only thing I found was a stupid model. But that doesn't prove that the ground is curving. So
you said you tried to measure it. How did you do it? Like, did you go somewhere?
Did you listen?
I heard you say you found a model, but you didn't say what it was and how you attempted it. You said you tried to measure it. I'm asking you, how did you do it?
I said I tried to see how they measured it to get the mileage. Well, actually get the circumference. But other than that, it was bunk. I didn't have to go no further.
You said you tried to measure it. What did you try?
Come on. He's still talking about a fucking model.
I'm asking
just try and fucking forget about it for a minute.
I'm asking him what switched it for you. What experiment did you run?
He didn't say that he measured.
You said you tried to.
No, he said that he was trying to figure out how it was measured. And he couldn't find it.
You couldn't find a model, is what you're saying?
No, I am saying what Redman was saying.
I'm asking him to say what he's saying. I don't think he needs you to say what he's saying.
You're not listening, man. I'm about to time this person out.
I'm asking you to repeat what you said. What experiment did you do?
I said it nice and clear. If paper heard me, everybody else heard me, you heard me.
You didn't say what experiment you did. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, I'll tell you what. What's the difference between an experiment and a measurement?
Okay, well, what measurement did you do?
Did you hear my question?
Experiment.
But why you ask? You're gonna open you ask. You're not listening.
You're deflecting the question. I'm asking him the same question he asked me.
Skeptical.
And it's convenient to me that you can't answer it.
Not listening. Sorry, you're not listening. Sorry, just you've been completely ridiculous.
No, he's being ridiculous. He didn't answer the question. You just deflected it. Now you're talking about experiments and measurements. I asked, what did you do? I asked, what did you do that changed it? And you haven't answered that yet. I said, what did you do that took that from you after all your false education? What switched it for you?
People are doing the best to at least to make you understand that you're wrong.
I'm wrong about what exactly? What am I wrong about?
You
That I
keep
don't
bringing
believe that the Earth is a
heliocentric
ball?
model, the
What am I
spinning
wrong about? I don't believe that in the model, and I don't believe the Earth is a ball. He asked me
Cried out.
what did it for me, right?
Okay,
I asked you. You said you want one
just
thing that
listen
did it
to
for me.
yourself.
I
Let me
asked
ask
you for
you.
the same
Let
thing,
me
and you
ask
couldn't do
you.
it.
Listen.
Right.
Do you believe in the globe?
No, I do not.
So thank you for your concession. So why would you entertain the globe?
We're past that. We're not even having a conversation about that anymore. So why are you bringing it up? Because you're bringing that up. We're past that. We don't need to talk about it because none of us believe in that. I asked him.
Skeptical.
I asked you, Redman, or whatever your name is,
listen,
what was the one thing after all your false doctrination that woke you up that let you know that this was bullshit? And because you asked me for one thing, you said I tried to do a measurement, and I asked you what measurement and what experiment did you run, and you never answered the question.
He didn't say that. What you are saying, he said. He didn't.
You said I tried to measure it in the Earth.
No, he didn't say that.
Okay, what did you say?
Wow.
What did he say? What did he say?
Last time.
Open. Just I'm gonna tell you, right? Open your ears.
Answer me. He's a grown ass man. He can repeat it.
Just shut up and listen.
If I got it wrong, repeat it.
Your ears.
Hey Kevin,
he will
how long
to
do you
you.
want this
Matter
go
of fact,
on?
you know what? Can you type it in the chat? That way y'all can stop
He
trying
will
to play. Type your
He will
answer.
address your question. He will address your question. Just mute your mic and listen carefully, please.
Type it.
You know,
Type it in the chat so you can't change what you about to say. Because y'all are on some
I'm not changing what I'm not gonna change what I said.
Okay, then type your answer in the
why are you freaking talking over me? I'm a mod here.
Okay.
Just please mute your mic and listen. You ask a specific question. Hold on. You ask a specific question, right? Let Redman answer your question. Please just mute your mic.
Then I would ask that you give me your answer.
And listen, just listen.
I'm asking that you answer
Man,
this time.
I don't take no
Give
damn
me the
demands from no damn
answer in
woman.
the chat. I'm asking. I'm not telling you. That way you can't change it because
Redman,
I
get
heard
your
what you
question,
said.
please. Just
I
go
heard what
I'm not answering
your
person
question.
like this.
Let him speak. Let him address your question, please.
you
I got it right here. Skeptical. Do you think this is a great idea?
Yes, this is exactly Friday night.
Okay.
For all Fridays, this is exactly what we're after.
It's supposed to be a free for all. You don't want to write in the chat. You know why you don't want to write in the chat? Because you know I won't. Because I'll be able to hold you to it. You won't be able to change it. That's why you don't want to write in the chat.
You wasn't listening. If you wasn't listening, you didn't want the answer.
Yeah, I heard your answer, and
Okay,
it wasn't an answer. It wasn't an answer because you didn't answer it. I said, what was the one thing you did that changed it for you?
There you go. Circle jerk again.
I tried to do a measurement. And I said, what measurement did you do?
For
and you never
Brenda in
answered
the chat, in the YouTube
You never answered it. You never answered it. And so since you didn't answer it, I don't know why it bothers you that I can tell you any one thing to undo a whole lifetime of education.
Conspiracy.
I think she just wants someone to talk to about the globe model. She just wants to, hash out what made everybody think it wasn't a globe. Now she's desperate to talk about the globe model.
You're the one who keeps bringing it up.
Go back to 24/7. Go back to 24/7.
You're the one who keeps bringing it up. You guys are silly, bro. Like
conspiracy.
You silly.
Conspiracy.
Super silly.
Conspiracy. You said it was a free for all, but
it's supposed to be a free for all. But then you look how
yes, but can other people please speak instead of you?
He asked me a question. I tried to answer it. He didn't like the answer.
Well, you've answered it then. You've answered it, so it doesn't matter whether he likes it or not. You've answered it. So can somebody else speak, please?
Thank you, Ninja. Man, what a freaking Friday.
So, may I once again?
Go on.
Redman said that he was trying to figure out how they, it means globers or whatever, measured it, and he didn't find out how they did that. So this and you, conspiracy, was asking how he measured, and he didn't say that.
That's what I said. He never answered my
No,
question.
no. You asked him how he measured.
Asked him how he tried, and he said he never measured
No,
it.
he didn't try. He wasn't trying to measure anything. He was trying to figure out how they measured the Earth or whatever.
He said, I asked him, what was the one thing that you did that switched it for you? He said, I
Circle back
tried to
around.
measure the curve in the earth and I couldn't do it. I said, well, what experiment did you want? What did you try? He asked me what was the one thing that switched it for me. And my answer to that, it wasn't just one thing. It took me a long time of going to research and going back on what I thought I had learned to understand that I had been deceived on a grand scale. I started with the people who provided me education, or the models that I was given in my education. I started with trying to pull a heliocentric model up on Google, and then I went to NASA because I didn't know NASA was full of shit and everything that we see is bullshit that they produce just about. So I went through NASA and then digging through what NASA had to provide. That's what started it. That's what started to unravel. I found the deception and what NASA was doing. I continued to look. I came across at the time, because again, this was about 5 years ago. Eric DeBay was really popular 5 years ago. He had a lot of information collated in a way that was easy to understand. He had really great talking points. He was a well-received content creator on the subject. He had a huge popularity, and I followed him.
Conspiracy.
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 Yeah,
What
sure.
experiment did you do to prove to yourself that the globe is not a globe?
I'll answer your question. I was looking at one of his 200 proofs that the Earth
No,
is
no.
not.
What experiment?
I'm going to answer the
Not what
question.
you're looking at. What experiment did you
You
do?
interrupted me. I'm going to tell you the experiment, where I got it from, and what I did. Let me finish. I was looking at one of Eric Dubay's 200 proofs that the Earth is not a spinning globe that you can test yourself. One of those experiments was that you can go to a beach, and I live here in Florida, and that if the Earth were really curved, like they said, given the surface curve that they give you, that if you went out to a beach and watched a boat sail beyond your field of
So
view,
it's an observation then, not an experiment.
it was an experiment.
No, it's an observation.
No, observation is this is part of experiment to observe natural phenomenon.
Thank you. I did an experiment, and so he said, if you wait and watch the boat sail over what you see is the horizon. Just wait till the boat sails so far out you can't see it anymore in the water.
What's the difference between an observation and an experiment then?
You haven't let me answer the question. You're interrupting me. You asked me for an experiment. I'm trying to tell you what I did. The last thing that I did that really brought it home for me. So he said, these are some experiments, and there were more than one experiments he said you could do for yourself.
Not
So this was
experiment.
one
Observations.
that I felt that I could do, right? And so I went to the beach. I took high power binoculars, and I watched it from the shore.
What was your dependent variable? What was your independent variable?
You're interrupting me. You didn't let me finish.
No, because I want to know the difference between an observation and an experiment.
Now you're asking me a different question. Can I answer the first question that you asked me?
No, because
it's the same.
Now I can't answer the first question that you asked me.
Conspiracy, right?
You see how hypocritical you are? You asked me a question and you didn't let me answer it. You asked me what did I do, and I'm trying to tell you I wasn't finished. And now you're asking me a different question.
He said experiment, not observation.
Yes.
You understand the difference between
If you
observation?
if you want to go through the semantics between an experiment and observation,
this is not semantics. This is
it's not semantics.
Thing.
It's not semantics. So.
Okay, then what experiment did you do to determine that the heliocentric model?
Hold on, no. We're on about you. No, don't put the onus on me. We're on about you.
So the observation. So I'll switch the word if it'll make you feel better, and let me answer the question. So I did an observation correction. I'll stand correction for the sake of your argument. Observation.
It's not my argument.
Okay, whatever.
There's a total argument between observation and experiment.
That proved it for me. For me, something that I could do to prove it to myself. So I'm trying to answer your question. You don't like the word experiment. I've switched it to observation, so you can stop interrupting me.
Hold on.
So
Don't speak for me. I never said I didn't like the word experiment or observation.
I like very much
We're past
experiment.
it. We're past it. So to finish answering your question, I took some high-power binoculars and I went out to a beach and I watched here in Florida, Jacksonville Beach, and I watched a boat. I sat at the beach and I watched a boat, a huge boat, sail far out into the ocean until I couldn't see it anymore. And according to the observation, the instructions for this observation, that if the Earth were truly curved, then the ocean would have to be curved, and that if a boat sails out so far, the water, you would never be able to pull that boat back into view because it would actually be going over a curved, not level horizon. So I took my binoculars out and I was able to pull the entire boat back into view when it should have been too far below sea level for me to see it. And for me, that was like the last thing. It was water was what did it for me. Was being able to make that observation myself.
So you were standing on a beach, you was looking out, you saw a boat go into the distance, and you couldn't see it anymore. You got high-powered binoculars, you looked through them, and you could see it.
And this is why I asked that other question, right? That boat was more than 1 nautical mile out. It was pretty far out. I'm not sure. I'm not going to sit up here and lie and say I know exactly how many miles out, but it was obviously well beyond a mile out. But it should have been too far below what would have to be a curved sea horizon for me to ever pull it back in focus. And I could pull the whole boat back in focus. There wasn't an inch more water over the hull on that boat than when it was closer to the pier. Okay?
Have you ever stood on land and you've actually looked out and you can see more than a mile?
Yes.
So why do you think it should be over water then, that you can't see more than a mile?
I told you that was just one of 200 experiments. That was just one that I chose.
Oh, experiments now. Whoa.
Or observations, since you don't like the word experiment. That was one.
No, I love the word experiment.
And that was the one.
Me too. I love
that
it too.
resonated with me the most was that one, because the sea is level. It's not curved. That's why I could pull the boat back into focus.
The sea isn't
Water
level.
is level.
Yeah, the sea's not level. There's tides and everything.
Obviously, you know.
The wind whips it up.
You know what I mean.
No, I don't know what you mean.
That's why we corrected you, because you were wrong. So we don't know what you mean if we have to correct you.
Hence the term sea level, water table. We know that oceans don't curve. That's the point. If they curve, then when a boat sails out far enough, you'll never be able to pull it back into view if the ocean
tides and
curves.
waves, there's definitely curves there.
That's not a curve. That's a wave.
That's a curve.
You can see a boat going over a wave, but even if the boat was going over a wave, if it's too far out, you won't even see it going over the wave because the whole boat and the wave would be too far below.
Can I just say, hang on. I don't say much. So when these guys correct you, why is that such a problem? Because if you're being corrected, it's because something's wrong, right? Do you understand? So when they correct you, they're just trying to help you out so that you don't keep making the same mistakes you're making in these conversations.
You don't think, Rob, I know what a fucking wave is? Because that's insulting.
It's definitely a curve, isn't it?
You don't think that I have full understanding that there are fucking waves in the ocean? But does that mean the ocean curves? That doesn't mean the entire body of ocean is curving to give you a fucking globe Earth. Everybody here knows that there are fucking waves in the ocean.
Well,
but whether a boat is riding a wave,
if a boat
is riding a wave in an ocean, okay, if the Earth is curved and and magical gravity is
Yeah,
pressing
there's also zero
water,
people here that talk about Earth curve.
right? I said if, because we
It's
know
not
it's
there.
not.
We know that. So I don't
We
even
know
know
it's
why you're
not.
having this
We
conversation
know
with
it's
me.
not because you asked me what did I do to lose my belief in that. Because if that were true, I should have never seen that boat again. It would have been too far over what should have been a curved horizon, and it's not. I've been up in an airplane. I've looked down at the Pacific Ocean flying from California to Hawaii. It's as flat as a pancake as far as the eye can see from an elevation of 35,000 feet. I never thought about it before because back then I believed in the heliocentric model. I was 16 years old when I flew over the Pacific, and I had a window seat and I looked out. And I looked at the stillness of the Pacific Ocean from that altitude, and it was. I remember it was
You can
perfectly
tell you
flat
come
as the
from
eye can.
24/7. There's no need to sell yourself so much.
I'm trying to sell myself,
It
but I'm
sounds
telling you,
like
hey,
it.
I'm
You're
not.
really fast paced and
I'm not trying to
everything.
sell myself. I'm
Well,
not trying
there's no
to.
need for you to go over this. Everybody knows. Here.
You asked me a question and I answered it. What did it for me? What fundamentally, what was the breaking point that took that belief away from me? Because again, you're talking about years of programming through institutional education. And then someone wants to take that from
It's
you in a
not,
span of a
reality
conversation.
is there already.
That's why I don't try to do that when I talk to other people outside of the flat earth server, right? Because I know that it's hard to take that from someone in the span of one conversation with one talking point or one proof or one example that you can give. Like people are just gonna shut down or think you're crazy or just not be able to reconcile what you're talking about. It takes, you have to honestly just come to that understanding yourself. You know, when you're a child, you can be raised to believe anything. Like for example, Santa Claus or the Tooth Fairy, and then at some point you reach a certain age, maybe if no one even told you, your common sense would kick in and let you know Santa Claus isn't real, the Tooth Fairy isn't real. You might be able to come to that understanding on your own. I had to come to that understanding on my own. No one could have done that for me in the span of one conversation. Even after, not after a lifetime of and subliminal imaging and institutional education, there was no one conversation that was going to do that.
Difficult, right? Friday, free for all.
I'm gonna have to change the name of that.
Yeah.
Catasyllogism. It's going to be good going over these books.
And what I would have done if someone had come to me and said, well, you said, well, hey, where did you get your information? Cite your source. Because that's what I do when I'm having conversations with people and they have new information or think what they're saying is not true, or I would like some more information, or like from the back up their talking point. I'd say, like to say, hey, what's your information? For you guys to be like super insulting because I don't know who these QE people are, who these other content creators are. There's a ton of information out there on YouTube. You could pull up a website and never come across it again if you don't bookmark it. And again, when I started compiling this information, that was 5 years ago. I followed one person that I thought was a good source of information. He provided a lot of information. He provided the references and the sites of where he compiled that information. And so that's pretty much where I got the majority of my information. So one of you said, oh, God, he's definitely Flat Earth Society. That surprised me because I actually thought he was a good source for information.
We
Well, I
don't
had a
like see what we don't
conversation.
normally do is talk so much about the model. Like
He doesn't just talk about the model.
no, you, I'm saying, you are on par with, I'd say, Brian Leakey for talking about the model. But Brian Leakey admits he's obsessed with the model.
Yes.
That's the difference.
Eric Dubay doesn't just talk about the model.
Brian Leakey doesn't even talk about Eric Dubay.
The model, not for the heliocentric Earth, but that was the observation that he put in the 200 proofs that the Earth is not a spinning ball. To debunk that model, and that's where I got the 8 inches. There would have to be 8 inches curvature from. He put it in.
Don't even know what 8 inches curvature is. That's the point that we've been trying to tell
I'm
you.
not saying that I do.
It's a meaningless word. It's a vacuous meaning. It means nothing.
I'm telling you, that's where I got the source. But Eric Dubay didn't.
Yeah, so Eric Dubay has taught you a vacuous truth. He's given you a paralogism, and you imagine it's some sort of an argument. It isn't. It just makes you look crazy.
It's not a truth. He doesn't purport it as a truth. That's what you're missing. But that's where
Eric Dubay isn't trying to.
No, that is what he explained with the instructions to go out and do the observation about the curve that would have to be in the ocean. And that's what I did that helped me come to the understanding that the globe model is false, because he presented that information. He said, here's one of 200 proofs. That was one thing that stood out and resonated with me. And I thought, I can do that. I can go down to the beach on a nice day.
Recircle again?
And run that. And that's what did it for me. So, that's why I brought it up, because I've seen it before in different conversations where people who want to support the heliocentric model, who can't demonstrate that it's true. And that was a talking point that a lot of people were using to say this is why your model is false, right?
So conspiracy, right?
Yeah.
In real life, you've gone out there, you've done all these observations for yourself.
I said one.
Okay, you've done one observation for yourself.
That was the one that did it for me.
And you have, in your own mind, got an understanding that the model, the geocentric model, is false.
Exactly. That's what.
So why do you keep on bringing it up if in your head it is false?
Bringing it up. I don't keep on bringing it up. I only mentioned it 2 hours ago. not, and I wasn't.
I only briefly mentioned it quite a while ago.
I mentioned it 2 hours ago.
Come on.
Not for the heliocentric model.
When you be able to listen to this back, you'll be able to hear how much you talk about it.
No, I didn't. Well, I mentioned it not to support the heliocentric model.
Stop mentioning it.
But to because of the experiment or the observation that I made about the not being able to see that boat, right? Because it was based on that formula, right? That you will never see this boat again, if that is true. If their model is true, you'll never see the boat again ever, because it's too far gone on the curve. But I was able to do it, so that was like, wow, you know what? That did it for me, right? So I wasn't trying to focus on the heliocentric model. My focus was on the formula that disproves it, because I could still see the boat. That is why I brought it up.
Is that because Eric Dubay led you to look at boats?
It was one of 200 proofs that I ran 5 years ago. And everybody here has one thing in common. We were all lied to and deceived, and we all started off believing that bullshit. And at some point in our lives, we all came to the understanding that it's bullshit and it's false. And we all came to that understanding on our own way, on our own terms. That's how I came.
Normally, once you do that, right, like a black swan, once you see one, that's it. That's all it takes.
Well,
it takes a special kind of person to keep going over something that they know is false.
I didn't need to keep going over it after that.
How long did it take you after you found out Santa wasn't real? for you to stop talking about Santa.
Well, why are you still talking about this situation if we already know the truth? Why do we need a server?
What situation are we talking about?
How
We're
many
asking
people-
you what the
let me
fuck
ask you
you're
a
talking
question,
about.
man.
That's what we're doing.
How many people are on this server that believe the Earth is a ball?
Hold on.
I
Let's
don't,
stop
I
talking
don't care
about
what they
Santa.
think.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
So
Who
cares?
we're all having a conversation about something we all understand, right? So what are you pissing and moaning about?
No, the conversation is, why are you so obsessed over something?
Are you obsessed over? Why do y'all have a server about the Earth not being a globe?
We don't.
We don't.
Excuse me?
Oh, so this is not what this is?
No.
Wait a minute. So this server is
What
not.
else did you think you were coming here to do? What? Where did you think you were going?
I thought that this group was about. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought that this group was a group that does not believe in the heliocentric model. Are you telling me that's not what this is?
We just deal with logic here.
You didn't answer my question. I asked you a yes or no question. Is that what not this group is?
What is that? What not this group is?
I mean, is this?
You're asking what the group is, not our individual.
What is the
what our individual beliefs
This
are?
is yeah. This
nothing
is just
to
a
do with
Discord
what the group
No,
is.
I'm asking about your individual beliefs. What is the purpose of the server? Because I thought that
The purpose of this server is so
told you.
people can come in together and talk
about what?
About whatever they want to talk about.
So this is not about whether the Earth is flat or not.
Tonight it's about how much you want to talk about a model
No,
that you say isn't real.
Now you're trying to insult me. You're the ones who keep bringing up the model.
insulting
I'm asking you a different subject question. I'm asking you, what is this server? The purpose of this server? It's called On the Level.
Yes.
So you guys talk about just politics, religion, the Earth. Like you don't have a specific. This server is not for anything in particular.
For logic, like we said, logic.
So the purpose of this server is just discussions about whatever.
Using logic.
Logic, yeah, logical arguments, making logical
arguments about what? At the topic of what exactly?
Of anything. As long as you keep it based in logic, i.e. reality.
So this is just an open discussion server.
Yes.
About whatever.
Yes.
Well, then what the fuck is your
Listen.
That's the fourth time.
You're the only one that seems to have a problem.
I don't have a problem. You all have a problem.
It seems like you're trolling
Where
conspiracy.
do you get that from?
Are you trolling us, mate?
Skeptical, bro. You invited me in here. Are you back?
No, I invited you for good reasons, but
No, wait
apparently
a minute. I thought this was a server similar to the other one.
It's not a flat Earth server.
Okay, I didn't know.
That's what you missed. It don't even say flat Earth when you came through the
No,
door. It's the next level, right?
It says on the level. It says
Nothing in here says anything about flat Earth. You can't find anything talking.
Right.
But
So
if you want to talk about the heliocentric model, then Bev's going to let you talk about it, but he's going to ask you questions.
I didn't want to talk
But
about.
you came in talk. That is what you brought up. That was what you brought up.
I did not want to talk about. I mentioned it, but that's not what I wanted to talk about. That's what y'all focused on because I mentioned it. That was not
because you mentioned it. Oh my goodness!
I mentioned it, and you guys fucking swore me. You went fucking nuts, and you haven't listened to anything I said since. All you've done is
what fucking nuts. Sitting here letting you talk for 2.5 hours is going nuts.
No, I'm not the only one that's been talking. You all have definitely taken your turns. Just talking shit to me and including yourself. And I've told you, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I don't know why you keep.
Then you know where the door is, sweetheart. Like really,
not address me. You don't need to say anything.
You can't force me to do what you want. It doesn't work that way.
You don't need to talk to me.
This is a public server. See, you're conspiracy.
Then ignore me or leave.
I'll ignore you. I'll just mute you.
This is the server.
Yeah, good idea.
You're in a collective call. If you have something to do emotional, just take it elsewhere, please, right?
Skeptical, I didn't come in here to start an argument with anybody. I don't know if you were in here.
You haven't got an argument. You can't start something you haven't got.
I don't know if you were in here when me and Beth were having a conversation. I don't think you were here. Okay?
All I started
She
You,
doing
literally
you've
said
been
to
was
Bev, we're
very,
supposed to be
I
debating.
misunderstood
This is
what
a
you implied.
debate.
very,
So she
very
wanted an
argumentative.
argument.
I
Listen,
thought
you've been very, very argumentative. You provide
skeptical.
nothing, right?
I
No,
thought you
listen, you
invited me
just
to a
talk
server that
in
was about the
circles, non-stop, long-winded, and people trying their best to correct you, and you basically you're being completely egocentric.
I'm not.
You're not conceding your incorrectness. You're not conceding that you're wrong. You just say, "Oh no,
I'm not. You're trying to tell me I'm wrong about what I believe. You're telling me I'm
right?
wrong. You're telling me that I'm wrong. That
Of
I
course
believe
you're
that
wrong.
the Earth is a
Of
ball.
course
Is
you're
not a
wrong.
ball.
Of course you're wrong. Of course you're
What
wrong.
am I wrong about? That the Earth
You
is
can
not a
talk about
ball. I'm wrong
everything.
about
Of course you talk about everything. Just you say, just conceding that, oh, I don't believe in the globe,
I don't.
and you keep
I'm
entertaining
wrong about that.
listen,
That was
listen,
the
and
point.
you keep entertaining the idea of the globe. So why would you? So you mean that you
Not
actually?
entertaining the idea of you guys are the ones who keep talking about it. You keep saying globe, not me. You
Okay,
just brought
fine.
it up again.
Why you
Now
are
you are
reversing?
projecting. Now this is
You just brought it
projection.
up again. Like
This is
This
projection.
is
you're the guy. You guys keep
again.
harping on something that
Why
I
you
mentioned a while
diverting?
ago.
Somebody need to mute her.
Why are you so
Whoa,
focused on it?
come on, let's get this back together.
This is ridiculous.
Why are you so focused on that? I only
Sound
No,
like,
mentioned
you sound like rumpus.
God, Jesus skeptical. You set me up. I thought you invited me to a server that was similar to talking about.
forget about I
I thought
invited
that
you.
this
I
was.
invited you for a good reason, right?
I
But
thought that this was what this was about.
Okay, she
no, it's
misunderstood
not
what the
about.
place was about.
I didn't
Get
know this
over
was a
it.
free for all
Move
server to
on.
talk about just whatever. You know what I mean?
She thought
Because a lot of times when I
all she
join
can
the
do is
No,
other,
cry.
they're not
Crazy.
even
why?
talking about that.
Listen. You're such a okay. Why you sort of gearing you focus on the purpose of the server? You here to talk about everything, as long as if it is kept logic. It's kept logic. It's welcome, right? We talk logic here. Everything we talk everything, but it must be based on logic.
Logical. I just told you. The topic that we're talking about is the Earth not being a ball. We are all in agreement in that. So what's illogical about that?
Can I try something here with you?
Go ahead,
Conspiracy.
Ezzy.
Sure.
Go ahead.
All right. Have you heard of the term fight or flight?
Have you ever heard of insult my intelligence? Like, do you really need to ask me that?
Oh my god! So you can't even ask her a question
Like, I mean, because
without
fight
her
or flight, I
thinking
could have
it's
just
an
dipped out of the
attack
server
or
and said
an
"fuck you guys"
insult
like
of
2
some
hours
kind.
ago.
I didn't mean it to attack you.
The only reason I didn't do that was because
You
skeptical.
keep repeating that, right?
The only
If
reason I
someone
didn't do that.
listen. If someone is trying to
How you
correct
interrupt
you,
me, but I don't. You interrupt me. You're such a hypocrite. All of you are. You ask me a question. You don't let me answer it.
Now
You
we're all
interrupt me.
hypocrites.
You
Hey,
interrupt
let
me.
her answer the question.
He
Yeah.
And
answered
my
it by
You
question.
saying
interrupt
he was
me.
insulting
You guys
her.
have been fucking swarming me because I brought up a point of
You have no point
with
here.
you all.
Oh, let me try
you got
again.
no
Let me try
point.
again.
Because I brought up a topic.
Right now, you feel threatened, so you're in
No,
fight
I don't feel.
mode.
I don't feel
That's
threatened.
yes. You just
I feel.
calm down. You're proving my point. Let me finish the
Yeah, if
sentence.
she didn't,
Go
she'd
ahead.
shush.
Yeah.
I
Right now,
don't feel
you're in attack mode. I get it. I went into servers and people started questioning me, and I got triggered, and I started doing the same thing you're doing right now. So what I suggest is calm down. We're not trying to attack you. This is not what's going on here.
Montreal, read the chat and you tell me that's not swarming, attacking. Shut your mouth. I've had enough of your stupidity. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, because you keep going on and on in attack mode. If you
I'm
calm
not.
down,
No, I'm not the one being attacked because I'm not the one throwing insults. You telling me to calm down, and I'm the one throwing. I'm not the one throwing insults. You all are the ones throwing insults. That's funny to me. I haven't heard any of you correct anybody in here. Not a single moderator for the comments in the chat toward me.
no one's attacked. What comments? What are they? What's offending you?
Montreal, let's scroll up and let's just read the comments, okay? Because
On live area. That's
in
what we
the
need
chat,
right now.
that's the swarm right there. You scroll up and read the comments. I haven't seen a single moderator here correct anyone and say, look, there's no need for the insults. There's no need for that.
Okay, I'm a moderator and I'm going to
Where
say right
ever
now.
in your
There's
life
no
does
need
everyone
for
agree with
insulting
you?
her if anyone. I haven't seen any, but I'm saying it
Well,
right now. Okay?
And then the other lady in here called me a twat, and she actually said that, and the one that I muted.
She called me a twat. I don't know if you're.
You got her muted.
I muted her. She's muted, so
All
I
right,
can't.
everybody, let's just Montreal
That's
and
an insult.
Twit, silly
not
twit.
necessary.
Yes, you're being
Now,
a silly twit.
everybody calm down.
And this
Everybody
was a
calm down.
misunderstanding.
Right,
I thought
Montreal's dealing with this. Everybody calm down, please.
I thought
Or just let Montreal deal with it.
Sorry, skeptical, and because I left the Flat Earth server that I had been in for 2 years, I thought he was inviting me to an alternate server that the focus is on the same thing. I didn't realize it was a free.
Can I make a suggestion? Can I make a suggestion? This is what I was gonna say. Since we know what fight and flight mode is, can I suggest that maybe you should just take a break, take 10 minutes, go have a coffee or something, or take the night off and then come back another time?
Oh, I won't come back another
Because-
time. I'm not coming back. No, because I don't appreciate.
Well, that's up to you. But
I don't
you see,
appreciate
you're not listening. We were trying to tell you a simple thing, and you thought we're
What-
offending
what
you.
is-
But
well,
that's not what's going on here.
Montreal, I have enough sense to know when someone says something offensive. Someone calling me a twat is offensive. You can't deny that.
Okay, come on, grow a little bit of thick skin, okay? A
You're not
comment was
telling
thrown,
me-
maybe
hold on.
perhaps it wasn't. You want to focus on that one
What is
thing
the
this
point
evening?
of having
On that
a
just one?
moderator?
Is that what you
What's
want to
the point?
focus on, that
What is
one
the
little
point?
event?
Why is there a need for moderators if we're not going to have rules about?
I already said no more name calling. What more do you want me to do? I'm a moderator. I didn't hear it. I apologize, and I said no more name calling.
Okay, right.
Is that
So
enough for you?
That's enough for me. But listen.
Okay, so
in the
let's
chat-
move forward. Let's move
Now I
forward.
gotta move forward. But in the chat is littered with all insults, right? And again, when
There's
skeptical
all
inviting
sorts
me
of
here,
chat goes on in the chat of a Discord.
my
server,
name
yeah.
is in there.
Well, I know, but the best thing is if you're talking to people, don't look at the chat. You'd know that if you were ever doing any debates, particularly if you've ever done any debates with any of the people that you don't know in this arena that you supposedly have been in for 2 years
First
without
of all,
knowing
people
anyone.
have been- First of all, people are adding me, so I get the notification. All right. Second, if you have a moderator in here, I would suggest moderators do your job, control your chat, and not encourage hostility. 'cause
Is
it's not
that concern trolling?
It's not necessary to be hostile
And
to someone.
you're trying to advise the
in the
moderators.
service.
You know what we normally do to people that try and advise the moderators on how to run this place. You don't know what we've been doing, and you don't know what we've had to deal with over the 4 years that we've been going. So please don't try and tell the moderators what to do. And don't come into this server pretending that you know what you're doing.
I never did.
No,
I never did.
Well, don't try and concern moderate.
Voice.
Fine, Bev. I won't try to concern moderate. Are you happy?
Yes.
Montreal. Okay, good.
Okay,
Montreal.
now try and calm down.
Skeptical.
And go forward.
I'm not calm down. Montreal. Skeptical.
I hear you. Go on. I hear you.
And the first misunderstanding was I thought it was just a smaller server that was the focus was just the same thing. And I've been in that server. I don't sit in that other server every day, 24 hours a day. I join that server periodically. I joined it initially when I was looking for the truth.
I've been hearing you repeating this sentence. You've been in 24/7 for ages. Got that? Come on, take a break, get a coffee, and you might come back another time, please.
Montreal, you accuse me of interrupting, and then when there's quiet, no one's talking about anything. Nobody was talking about anything before I was talking. He asked me a question. You invited me to this service, so the misunderstanding was joining in the first place because it's not about the same thing.
Look,
And
listen. I'll be blunt with you, okay? We don't care if you come back or not. Okay?
I know, that's fine.
That's up to you. Okay, I'll be straight out with you. We're not gonna kiss your butt or anything. I'm trying to be nice with you, right?
You've been the only one. You've been the only one aside from Skeptical who's joined me, who's talked to me that hasn't been an insulting asshole in the chat.
Hey, hang on.
There's no need for that.
Oh, so she can insult us and call us assholes.
Forgot about you.
Okay, now we're even with the insult. Take it easy.
What a hypocrite.
Come on.
No
You
one
spoke to
cares. No
Rob.
one cares, right? No
Right?
one cares about your emotional reactions.
It's not
Take
about
your
emotional.
emotions away and feelings away.
It's not about emotional. It's
This
not
is
about
a
emotional.
logical.
I've been an
Listen,
asshole to me.
listen, let me. Take your emotions and feelings and senses away. This is a
Well,
logical server.
emotion.
Talk
There's
logic
no
here.
need to
We
have
speak
insults.
logic here.
And there's no need to be swarmed with insults. Then you telling me not to be emotional.
No, mate,
That's
just,
all.
Being
It's all
insulted.
emotional stuff.
So again,
mate,
Montreal.
just
Again,
take
hold on,
your
Skeptical. I
emotions
was
away,
talking to
please.
Montreal and you interrupted me. So again,
Yeah,
Montreal. Not
that's
first.
you,
Not
you
the
and
first
Mike.
thing.
This is
The first thing.
ridiculous. This is you being very pissed up in that take about. You keep repeating yourself, right? Same
You
thing
keep
over and over and
interrupting
non-stop.
me. I'm
Like
trying to
a
address
very like a
Montreal.
broken record. Sorry,
So I don't have it.
sorry.
I can't speak. I can't speak to Montreal. So
No, you
am I
can't
not
speak.
allowed?
You can't mute your
What am
mic. You mute and leave. You not mute your
Okay,
mic and
let
leave.
her
This is not your
let
place.
her get her out, and
You see
then you
how he
can
keeps
go.
saying that? And he'll just interrupt me when I say too much.
Stop whining. Say what you gotta say, and then Skeptic's
Okay.
gonna go.
All right. So initially, what started this whole misunderstanding was I thought we were talking about the Earth not being a globe. I thought that's what I had joined, and I thought that's what Bev's debate was going to be about. And that he started the stream up, and then it seemed like he wanted someone to chime in to start up some conversation. So I started up a conversation, and I only mentioned the model because the antecedent to it, that what I understood to be the antecedent to the model, was that the curve cannot be demonstrated anywhere in the Earth. And I found that antecedent, which was that formula for measuring the sphere in one of Eric Dubé's 200 proofs that you can do to show you that the Earth is not a spinning ball. And I did one of them using the antecedent model that he got from somewhere that he referenced, because I shouldn't have been able to see that boat if their model were true. That's the only reason that I mentioned it to Bev, not because I believe in the heliocentric model.
We got it. We got it. We understood your
And then
point.
it
You
just
thought it
went,
was
and
a
it just
server.
went
Now you know
crazy.
that it's not that type of server, right?
Right, and it just went crazy, and for 2 hours.
Okay, cool. Now let Skeptic say his piece.
No, but see, what you did wrong, right? You came here for the first time, conspiracy, right? Again, what you must have done to begin with, right? You must basically mute your mic and at least spend a couple of days, right, to find out what the survey is about. As I did
You're the one who invited
in
me,
the
and you
first
should
day,
have
yeah.
told me that if that's a requirement.
No, I invited you
If-
for good reason, because obviously I invited you personally because I found out that you don't entertain the idea of the flat terminology. That was my intent
You mean I
of
don't
bringing you here.
the idea of the flat? What are
So,
you talking about? I don't understand what you mean by that.
come on.
Explain. No, I'm asking you. I'm not trolling you. You said I don't entertain the flat ideology.
Yeah, flat term. You're not in agreement with the flat terminology. Flat, right? You don't use it, you don't like it.
I said that I don't think that it is
It's flat, right?
this is
And
my
I told you today you got battered in like 24/7 a couple of times by Mega and others, and
no. What I said
yeah,
to
I
you
was
was,
in the background.
listen.
I was in
No,
the background listening to
you're
you.
talking about. I'm talking
So
about what you said about the flat ideology. I didn't say about the ideology. I said I don't like the term flat Earth. I don't like
that
being
was exactly
flat
what
Earth.
exactly what I just highlighted.
I don't have a
Exactly.
problem. I don't have a problem with what we understand. I don't
I
like.
invited you for this. No, I invited you for this specific reason.
You didn't say any of that, and you weren't here, or you weren't part of
I
the
told
conversation
you.
that we had earlier. Like you weren't, because I haven't heard you speak for a really long time. The what I said was I just don't like the branded term flat Earth. It's the one. It's the
Right.
thing that I find people have the most problem with, and even just entertaining a conversation about the Earth not being a ball, because they group us all under the same brand: Flat Earth Society, the mockery Flat Earth Society. And so the one thing I did say when I first came in here, I said, "Oh, I like the name that the server is on the level," but I assumed that it was still a server whose focus was like the 24/7
Being
server. I
honest.
never liked the name of that server, but that was the only group of people that I first came across when I was researching the truth about the heliocentric model being a lie. And I joined their server and I stayed in it. When I found a video or a stream or something they were doing. I clicked on the link to the
Try
server
again,
and I
Viv.
stayed in it. Just like when I found Eric Dubai, I followed him and I've been following him for 5 years. And so you guys are like, oh, you don't know who this and that is? Because I don't follow that person.
Oh, you read my mind. Hey, sorry to
What?
interrupt you. Have you heard of Brenda?
Are you being serious? Is that a content creator?
Again, you haven't heard of Okay, how about Naps? Naps, Schnaps.
Are these content creators about the Earth not being a ball?
No, well, one of them is a well-known
Well,
personality.
the thing is, SE, she apparently doesn't talk to anybody in the server. She's just part of the server.
Yeah.
Because if she talked to anybody in the servers, she would know some of the people in the servers.
Nobody
I
can
know,
talk to her
I
'cause
know
she's the one
a
always
few
talking.
people in the server. I
She never
know
remembers anybody.
heliocentric. I know the other, off the top of my head, quantum. Skeptical is somebody that I didn't know by name until today. And a lot of times when I go to the server, guys, there are different people in there. Like I said, I don't go in there every single day. I've been a member of that server for 2 years. The people that are familiar to me that stand out, that do the most talking, that whose names that I've committed to memory are Helioskeptic. There's another guy named Quantum, and I really think that's who you're talking
You
about.
said you
And that's all you
didn't know
got.
QE.
2 people.
You
2
said
people.
you didn't know him. Why have you changed? You've just changed mid-conversation. You
No,
said
I didn't.
earlier you'd never heard of him.
I never heard of QE. I said I heard of a guy named Quantum. They call him Quantum. Do you realize that some people, when they go in there, they change their handle, they change their nickname. There are different people in there all the time. I know who Helio is because he owns the server and he's drunk half the time when he comes off.
I don't
the
think
mic.
he does own
I've
the
heard
server.
of. I've heard of.
He just does the
I
YouTube,
think-
doesn't he?
I think he owns the server.
No, he doesn't.
But
No, he
when I
doesn't.
come in there,
Don't worry about that,
there are different people in that server day and night. It's 24/7. There's another guy in there named Quantum, and you said you know QE, and I said, are you talking about Quantum? And you said no.
No, you
So-
did not say that
I did.
at all.
I did.
No, you didn't.
Quantum was the guy that I met the first day that I was on the server.
Oh, well, that's a little bit different from what you
They
said
referred
earlier.
to
Did
him-
I go to the
they
toilet or
referred to
something
him
while
as
she was
Quantum.
talking about this? Did
Yeah,
I
hey,
miss
you're-
it all earlier?
If what we're saying is being recorded, then rewind it. Because when you
I thought we
me,
asked you if you knew who Nathan Oakley was and QE,
I don't
and you
know.
said
I
no,
don't
you
know.
didn't know anyone.
I don't know who Nathan Oakley is, but I know there's a person named Quantum in that 24-hour server. And if
In all
if-
fairness, and I'll show you how fair we are, she did say that.
Thank you.
I heard her say that.
Thank you.
Yeah, she did.
See, you're full of shit.
So
for that.
now you see,
I agree with that.
conspiracy, how I stuck up for you there?
Thank you. I appreciate that because
You're
y'all
welcome.
been swarming me. Y'all been swarming me ever since. Like everything was going fine until I mentioned something, and it was really just about mentioning it because that's what helped me stop my belief in the heliocentric model, which is why I mentioned it. I just didn't get to finish, my talking point. I was just starting there. But that's what unraveled the whole thing for me. And you guys just been swarming me and fucking attacking me ever since.
No,
And so
you got to
I-
understand why. Because QE, right, is a very prominent member there. I think he's even the main mod. And everybody, and I mean everybody in this community, knows QE. So that's why we found it really
right.
funny when you said
I
you've been in 24/7 for 2 years and you haven't heard
And I said quantum because I've heard to him referred to as quantum. So when you shortened it to QE, I said, "Are you talking about quantum?" He said no. So I
But
said, well,
nobody
then I don't-
calls him quantum. Nobody
Well-
calls him quantum.
Well, when I've heard people refer to him as quantum, and his handle was different. He had a 2-word handle when I've seen him in the server, and it was quantum something. And again, people change their nicknames and stuff when they join the server. I remember one time I went to the server, everybody was calling themselves Black Swan because apparently, or something Swan, because apparently that was like the new thing that was trending and topics.
Okay,
of
this
discussion.
quantum guy, right? Tell me, what is he known for? This quantum dude that you know from 24/7. Is he
from what
anything special? Does he have any ideas? What is he known for?
from what I understand about quantum is that he's supposedly a quantum physicist. Is that not true?
A quantum physicist. And what does he say when you hear him talk? Right?
I
What does
mean,
he talk about?
I've heard. I mean, like I've heard him shut down a couple people. Like he's not in there a lot of the times when I'm in there. Like when I'm in there, I've only ever heard him talk maybe a handful of times when
And
I've been
what?
in.
Saying what? What does he sound like? Does he
Um,
sound like
he can get.
masculine, like
He's
quiet,
very.
feminine?
He's
How does he sound like?
he's very aggressive. Like if somebody comes in there, he's like their attack dog. If some of those if one of those Globers wants to come in here with their bullshit model and and their talking
Excuse,
points, they stick
excuse me,
him on here like a
maybe
rabid pit bull,
high pitch
and
voice?
he destroys them. I've seen it a couple times.
Maybe
Uh,
high pitch voice?
I don't think his voice is high pitched. No, he sounds like a
No?
man to me.
No, like that he is easily going to high pitch of his voice.
He sounds like a normal man to me. He's very aggressive. If we're talking about the same
Yes,
person,
but many
he's
people
very
are,
well versed on the topic. He's very aggressive, and
but
he gets kind of angry when
some
you
people
challenge him.
are nervous. They are raising their voice rapidly, and
I've never observed that with him. No,
hmm,
he sounds
okay.
masculine. He's very well versed on the topic. I've never seen anybody win an argument with him that's come into the server to try to argue with him. But again, I've only ever witnessed that a handful of times. He's not always in there when I would join it. And I wouldn't join it every day. I joined it a lot in the beginning when I first found it, and I would come in there periodically, here and there, like, every blue moon, see who was in there. But I don't go on the server every single day. I joined it 2 years ago, and I was still a member of it. A lot of times I'd go in there on mute and just listen to people, and not say anything. But I joined the server 2 years ago. But if we're talking about the same person, I know who you're talking about.
Okay, you're
But
starting to make a little bit more sense now. Now that we're all calm, now you know what this server is about. Maybe you can, start a new leaf. How's that?
Yeah. Sorry, Essie, can I just interrupt? I was just going to
Of
say the
course, go
same
ahead.
thing. Yeah. I've noticed that the last few minutes, this conversation has descaled or de-escalated, and everybody's having a normal conversation, and it's nice. And let's continue like this, please.
appreciate that, and that's all I was trying to get back to, and that's all I've been trying to do for the last 2 hours was bring this back because it just went to a place that was totally uncalled for. It was just not necessary for all that, for all the insults in the chat and all that. It was just totally uncalled for. I really just felt like I got swarmed for no.
Fuck you, and fuck you. Thank you.
Don't take that personal. That's our buddy Turnip. Fuck you,
Yeah,
Turnip.
that's that new thing called sarcasm. Get it? I'm familiar with it.
That's hello from Turnip.
Fuck you harder, Turnip.
He couldn't have picked the worst time to do that, so that's why I had to explain it to you.
It's the worst time to do what?
To say hello.
Oh.
After, we're talking with you. You might have taken it the wrong way.
Oh, you mean you were talking to him, not me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, don't stop talking just because I said fuck you. Keep going. Shit, this stuff is gold.
So what else would you like to talk about? Conspiracy.
I think I'm done with y'all for you speaking on anything. I had enough swarming for the day. Thank you. I'll just listen.
Cool. Fair enough. So free for all Fridays, huh?
Yeah, I've got a picture for you. Tell me what that is. I haven't got a clue.
Is that an artificial heart or
I
something?
don't know. It does look heart-like.
What the hell? But glass?
Yeah.
I have no fucking idea what the hell that thing
Oh,
is.
yeah.
But
Forever heart.
I'd be
I know,
dead.
I
I don't
know.
know what that is, J-Ro. Tell us now. I've just sent
I know
the
what that
woman
is.
a thing. Like, what is it?
It's the breathing apparatus for that alien thing there in the movie.
Oh, who's that? Somebody's got some bad feedback.
I
Is
think
that
it's
turn
Turnip.
up?
Is it me?
Yeah.
God damn.
Whew. Sorry about that, people.
Yeah, it looks like a freaking heart.
Fancy. Yeah, I don't know. So, debate in a bit. I'm warmed up and ready for it. I think that helped.
That's going to be good. I'm looking forward to that. Still no clue about what it is.
Nope. Not got a clue.
Wow, the phantom debate. Going in blindfolded. That takes guts, man.
Yeah, Pat says. Today, apparently.
It's like fighting somebody in the cage. You don't know, is he a grappler? Is he a striker?
All right, guys.
Don't even know if the fight's scheduled or
Good.
not.
3. It's been a great night.
Certainly has.
All right, guys. I'm gonna call it a night. Good night, everyone.
Yeah, thanks. Skeptical.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh. Fun times.
So free for all Fridays. Nobody wants in. James Webb Telescope. Ooh, that's tempting.
That's a robot heart.
Sorry?
Oh.
Is he hot miking
Oh,
or is it
right.
just
Yeah,
me again?
it's a robot heart. It's artwork.
A robot heart. Huh.
Well, artwork of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
I'm sure that's going to come one day. I mean, I'm sure we're not off with artificial heart.
It's the way they've made it into an artwork, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not going to be glass, that's for sure. Well, I won't say that's for sure because I don't know.
Did anybody, or is it still going? Debate of the well, forever, I think. Has anybody been keeping up to date on it? Got any updates?
Which one? The leaky and
yeah.
John?
Yeah.
No. I figured we'll go over that.
Yeah, I'll have to have a listen to it at some point. I mean, how could you not?
That should be good.
I hope it happened. I hope everything worked out right.
I think it did. I think I got a whatchamacallit? I think I seen it on YouTube. A recommendation.
Well, I think what I'll be doing is I'll be going over there with this stream, and I don't know whether I'll be coming back. I don't know how long it'll be. Whether you guys want to pipe it through or whatever into here.
I'm gonna go on YouTube. Keep the trolls at bay.
On which channel it would be? What's the name of the channel? YouTube channel?
Try thinking. I'm taking my live stream with me.
Ah, okay. I thought that it was different. Someone else channel only.
Well, I don't know whether he hasn't bothered saying that it's only. I don't know what the rules are.
It's usually a big audience there, huh?
Yeah.
300, 400, 500, depends. Yeah.
Yeah, they won't miss out on mine.
Definitely not. Should be at least 500-600 people.
But in any case, what channel it would be if you could not stream?
Well, I'm streaming. So, I don't know, I'm just going to go over there with this stream. Are you suggesting that we go on his and record it?
I don't know. I'm just asking for any case because.
Well, I don't know. I mean, as far as I know, it will be on the modern day debate, but like everybody's been saying, it doesn't seem to be on there.
Yeah, they don't have a Discord, if that's what you're asking. It's not. They do, but it's not on Discord.
Yeah, it'll be a Zoom thing that I have to go on.
Yeah, and usually it might, like, sometimes they do it on Twitch, but this one most probably is going to be on YouTube.
Should be fun. So yeah, I don't know if anybody's can see it out there, the video, and it doesn't seem to have it. It had Ryan and somebody else on a thing that I saw earlier.
Let me have a look.
I hope they've come with some good stuff. Challenging.
But on modern day debate, I can see that flat Earth versus upcoming. It would Ryan versus Cletus.
Yeah, I'm not Cletus. I'm not Ryan.
But still, it is flat Earth versus globe Earth. So.
Yeah, what the heck is that? I should email him, tell him to get your name right, at least. What is that? Shoot him off a DM. Shoot him a DM. Tell him, hey, yo, what's this clue this?
He sent me a email. He knows.
Oh, but what the hell?
Yeah, they're not publicising it at all. So yeah, I don't know. Very little communication.
He's gonna make hundreds on super chats in this. You could at least have your freaking name there and your website, at least that. I mean, come on.
Perhaps he's surprising somebody.
What's a clutis, anyways? Yeah. What the freaking hell is a clutis?
Meant to be Ryan. Yeah, I was meant to be debating Ryan, so whoever Cletus was. Does anybody know any Cletuses within?
I have no idea.
No, I can't say that I've ever heard of Cletus or Ryan.
It's a Simpsons character. I just looked it up.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know Cletus is a Simpsons character. But that wasn't who he was debating.
So you're debating a cartoon character. Okay.
No, I'm debating, supposedly debating Ryan. That's where I heard of Cletus.
Greek baby name for summoned, meaning summoned.
It will be very interesting to see what's going on.
And they're also leaf bugs, just in case you were wondering who you're debating. Like, who would freaking pick a name like Cletus?
I don't know whether they're embarrassed or what. Having us on there. Let's see. Did Flatside have his thing? I don't know whether it's come
there
up
it is.
Or is he still live at the minute?
No, I think it's over.
No, it can't be over just
I think
yet.
they started at.
Oh yeah, I suppose he started. Two hours.
2 hours, huh?
Yeah, 2 hour debate. Oh, that'll be all right. It'd be good to go over that. It's not got that many views. You'd have thought there would have been many people interested in watching that. It'll do.
Well,
Surely.
we want to watch it for a certain reason, right?
Yeah.
But not everybody has that same interest, if you know what I mean.
Entertainment. Well, that's it. What
Yeah.
everybody
Yeah.
watches it for, right? Nobody's gonna get any information from it. Nobody knows that. Well, everybody knows that they're not going to get anything from it.
Well, we might finally get what the Polaris challenge is.
Do you reckon?
Maybe.
Debate night. That's weird because that was Sean's channel, wasn't it? Wasn't that what it was called? Wasn't that what he changed his name to? Just before he went on DayZ.
Oh yeah, he made a gaming channel, yeah. The Polaris challenge. Like what an idiotic.
Polaris. He did. Sean Hawkins.
What?
He invented Polaris.
Yeah. Yeah.
I stand with Sean. That. Oh, let me check, see if we got any more emails or anything. Nope. I don't know whether I'll get my message where it gets dropped and then I have to click the link and then I go there, find out what I'm debating. Who the guy
It's gonna go
is
down
that
in
I'm
the
debating
history
against.
of debates. Not knowing what you're debating. Just going in like that.
Or who I'm debating.
Or who you're debating on. That takes some guts, man. I'm sure they've done their homework on you.
Well, I don't know. He might be keeping it the other guy in the dark as well. I don't know how modern debates work. I asked him about, how they usually do it, and he said they don't normally go with anything. They don't have any sort of rules or anything. They don't normally have arguments and all of that. You just have to turn up and go. You have like a 10-minute intro and then 50 minutes of chatting. And then there's the super chat bit at the end.
Yep. I've seen it. I've seen quite a few of them on that platform.
Yeah, well, normally, as always, what I expect will happen will be I state my case and then it gets attacked constantly. And I know that the other guy will come with nothing. So it'll just be me defending what I bring. And that will be the entire thing.
Yep.
But still.
Or from what I've seen. Oh, sorry.
Still in the title is Flat Earth versus Globe Earth. So I suspect that Beth will be there as Flat Earther. So I don't know. But
I have told them that I'm not a flat earther, but I'm going to go there for the debate. So I'm going to make it clear that I'm going to make sure that he says that level is horizontal is flat earth. And that horizontal's being parallel, also flat earth.
Yeah. From what I've seen, how some of them do it, the ballers there, they're gonna say, "Oh, so you're against all the scientists? You don't believe in satellites? You don't." They're gonna try to take that approach.
Yeah,
How does
but
the
I'm
sun
just going to
work? How
go
does
with the level and horizontal arguments. That's the way the debate would be. They can ask me about those things, and I don't know. I don't see why they would need to go anywhere else. At least I wouldn't expect to be, if I was in a debate and I came with arguments, I wouldn't expect them to bring in points that aren't within that realm of those arguments that have been brought to the debate.
Yep, assuming it was a proper debate channel. Yep.
Well, even modern debates, right? You
Well,
should go
there's a
there
little bit
and
more
talk about the
leeway.
argument. Yeah.
Don't think it's gonna be like, I don't have to tell you, right? But
Yeah, I know. But honestly, I don't know what to expect because I don't think I've ever been so well prepared. Like not knowing anything, but like I'm definitely to go over those early ones that I had, those early conversations again now and do it afresh. I think they might be a little bit different, but I don't know how much different. That's what I'm hoping to see tonight. Exactly what has changed.
And make sure you let them know, like, I just came like you. I didn't know what the debate was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to go over what my arguments are and the fact that I'm not flat Earth, even though it is billed as flat Earth. So I'll have to make sure that the other guy that I'm arguing against wants to take it on as flat Earth and those arguments.
Yep. My argument is level is horizontal. That's it.
Oh, it says they do have a Discord.
They do have a Discord, but they don't do anything in there.
Yeah. It's a shame, isn't it? Should really do that through Discord.
Yeah, I don't understand why. Yeah.
Is there any other different rules within Zoom or something?
Not really. You do have to get pulled in though from the thing, so maybe that's why they like it.
Yeah, because they can just hand out to, but I mean, you could do that within Discord as well, couldn't you? You could just have a room that you could just pull some people into from the main room.
Yeah, they probably just find it easier like that.
It's a good, Discord's a good platform. You could do a lot with it, but I would be willing to guess that it has to do with the bandwidth of the sound. If you just have a regular Discord without it being boosted or anything, sound quality would be less. Maybe Zoom allows you to get better quality. I don't know. They may not even think of that.
Even the boosted quality, YouTube puts it to shame. The regular YouTube, the sound, especially your songs, bro, they sound so much better on YouTube.
Yeah. But if you just have a regular Discord, you start a server, the sound is even worse.
Yeah. Oh, I'm aware of the boost. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. But even fully boosted, YouTube puts it to shame. I hope you're listening, Discord.
Yeah. I wish they would open it up more.
There's no excuse for this day and age fiber optics to have this kind of sound, especially when you charge people for it.
Yeah, you should, with the fully boosted, you should get that YouTube quality sound, I think, but who knows? So the Leaky Hawkins thing is tonight also?
It happened already. It's been and gone. 2 hours of debate.
No
yeah, it's
way.
there. It's there, done.
Does anybody know how it
I
turned
don't know.
out?
We will save it. I mean, it is the weekend
Yeah.
coming up, so we could have
Yeah,
a
that's true.
showing of that.
Watch party.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
2 hours.
How do you top that? I mean, if that's how you open up a debate channel, I don't know where you go from there.
Yeah, like you kind of just like
It started off with the pinnacle, and then
Yeah.
everything from there on in is going to be a letdown.
Yeah, I would think anyway.
Friday night debate night.
When is yours supposed to start?
In about 3/4 of an hour.
Oh, okay.
That must suck for you though, waiting until 1 o'clock in the morning to do a debate.
I've done that many a times with Toon and Fight the Flat Earth when he were playing to their American audience. There's I guess there's a different crowd. But again, hopefully we can open our audience up a bit. More people to talk to is always going to help out.
That would help if you get your name right. That would help a lot.
Yeah. Scared of it.
Since this is Free for All Friday, I'm assuming it's still live.
We are live, yes.
What do you think to the simplicity with the logic? What has that done? Just an open-ended question.
Oh, it's for me personally, it's enlightened me.
Yeah, but what do you reckon that's done to have a conversation?
Okay, I'm gonna find out. Literally.
What about USC?
What's up, bro? Sorry.
Well, the question I'm raising is with the simplicity of taking things back to first principles, and then we've, within the last 6-8 months, started delving into the logic and learning that bit. What do you reckon it's done?
For me personally?
Sure.
Well, the first thing offhand is I beat 2 not speeding tickets. It was a red light, and I had it up with a prosecutor in court. I think I said the story once, but that's one of the things. Basically, calmness of the mind. Shout out, spot on. And just when you're under pressure, just calm yourself and realize that it's going to happen either way, Yeah, stuff like that.
What about your conversations with people since? Like in these argument rooms, the arena, per se.
Oh, I noticed it's 90% bull. Most of the people have no clue what they're talking about. They're just parroting wiki. No independent thought at all.
I love, me personally, just I feel like I'm learning how to think proper.
Yeah, that's the calmness of the mind. Like, when you're stressed, when you have like 5-6 things that you got to do right now and stuff like that. Well, that's the time when you got to calm down,
Yeah.
That's one of the things that I learned.
It's just the taking things down to its simplest form. I think breaking things down, breaking the words down, breaking the arguments, the maths, geometry. I mean, it's what they did with the Euclid. They broke it down to its simplest form.
Yeah, I also thought, like I always say, the spider senses, right? Like you can feel when something's wrong or when someone's lying to you or that deal you shouldn't go into it. You know what I'm saying? That sixth sense. Well, I think that has been like really upgraded.
Yeah, I would agree.
Like it got a boost, with all the characters. Yeah.
That's, I think, because of course, normal people have guts which tell them that's something wrong, but logic will tell you what exactly is wrong. For example, in someone's sentences or inferings, so you can name it, you can
Yeah.
recognize it precisely what it is.
I think
Guts will tell you that's wrong, something wrong, but you
yeah.
still don't know. And now you can.
Exactly. Exactly.
Well said. I've had that happen a couple of times. It's like I know something's wrong with that. Like your intuition, your gut, whatever, however you want to call it. It's like something just doesn't fit. And when you find like those older words, the expressions that somebody else already worked it out, and you can put it into words. You're like, yep, there you go.
That's when I heard the trivium and that, I go, shit, yeah, that's it. Yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, we were talking. Yeah, we had this conversation, and of course that's how they do it. Oh shit, somebody wrote this down 2,000 years ago? Yeah, it's freaked out.
See, I just opened up my organon, only volume 1, looking for the sophistical refutations, and I don't know where they are, whether that's it, of all of these things. But I mean, I just happened to open the book and saw the prevention of catalyst syllogism. And look at the examples.
Catasyllogism. Wow, that's never even heard that.
False conclusion from two false hypotheses.
See, I've been saying that was like one of the things like Paper was saying.
Yeah.
Like something's not right, and you're like,
you don't know why.
I had like a
finger on it.
Yeah, like
that's what I was talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like I always had like correct information and was explaining it kind of properly, but this is like very proper.
In modern day terminology, your spider senses.
Well, it was like I always said, that accepted information, whether it's right or wrong, but this is like laying it out proper. If you're starting from a false conclusion, then everything else that follows, if you're especially if you're building your framework of thought around it, it's going to be.
Oh yeah, this is different. This is way Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. Sorry,
No. I'm just saying that it's saying this false conclusion from two false hypotheses. So the hypothesis comes first. So like you have no other choice but to draw a false conclusion if your hypothesis or
it says, wrong. If a triangle has 3 angles greater than 2 right angles, that's a false.
What?
Yeah, that's the example. It says the one that says that a line falls on 2 parallel lines, the internal angle is greater than the external angle, i.e. what Blue Marble's attempting to do. And the other one is if a triangle has 3 angles greater than 2 right angles, which is like it's an impossibility, right? But that's an example in this. Of even they use the fucking triangles and geometry as a proof of these things that they're going over.
But that's what I was saying before, like that accepted information that's false, but you've accepted it. You have no choice but to gather false conclusions from it.
Yeah, and this is the organon. This is before the trivium. This is earlier works of Aristotle. But this again, this is just goes to lay down all of the things, and this is only going to make us better, isn't it? Just knowing about these things and bringing them into your thought allows you to be able to see it and work it out.
You know what I was asked before, what we got out of this stuff, right? And well, one of the things is when you talk with people and they're lying to you, right? And they're using sophistry, right? The people I'm talking to. Well, in the real world, when you see somebody talking like that, you can spot it off so easily that it's not even funny.
Oh, you triggered Blue.
Yeah.
What
Parallel
happened?
lines, Blue. Parallel lines based on false hypothesis.
It's okay. I mean, like, if you've
Yeah.
accepted that information, you have nowhere to go but gather false conclusions. So be on your journey.
Paralogism.
Yeah. Aporia after that.
Yeah, I'll meet you at Aporia. Grab your paralogisms.
Yeah, everybody, we're off. Are we going together? Maybe, maybe not.
Each to their own.
Each to their own. We might meet somewhere lost in who God knows where.
Footnote is telling about parallel lines.
Yeah.
In first place, not triangles.
Yeah.
Triangles are other.
That's the other example.
Yeah, because he is talking about two false hypotheses and he is naming them one by one. So first is about parallel lines, cut off by third line.
Yeah.
And so he is talking about external and internal angles, not triangles in this instance.
Well, they sort of are because they are connected. Blue just doesn't realize that.
Yeah,
The parallel lines and the triangles are triangle axiom.
Yeah.
You can't have both. I think that's what he's saying. It's like it's all wrapped up in itself.
That's the beauty of Euclidean geometry. It's like proof, and then.
You see, they have to stop saying plumb bobs. They have to stop saying plumb bombs now. Now they're saying this because we ridiculed them so bad on plumb bombs not being parallels. Now they're talking about zeniths.
Never heard the word prevention.
Yeah, that's. I don't know whether it was meant to be prevention. Because it does say to prevent a syllogistical conclusion being.
Yeah,
so I think it might just be a little bit of a typo. But I mean, who knows?
Yeah, it had to be a typo.
Yeah, I'm not so sure whether the R's actually look similar. One could be a V.
If this is a free for all Friday, can I ask another question on your general consensus of opinion on a topic? Since it could be anything, it's free for all Friday. How do you guys feel about the pronoun situation that's happening right now?
I don't.
The what situation?
The pronoun situation that's happening. I was at work a couple of months ago, and I was required to do a mandatory training. I work for Amazon, and I had to do a pronoun training. I took English and I got a diploma, 12 years of English, understand the English language, speak grammatically correct, understand the pronouns, and the definition of they and them refers to more than one person. So I had to take this training. Normally, when I take a training at Amazon, to pass it only 80% to get a passing grade. But this is the first time ever in the 6 years that I've worked for Amazon that I was required to get 100% training. And I had to take a pronoun training course where they want me to use new pronouns ze, they, and zer to address people who don't identify as he or him, she or her, and had to get 100%. And I had a conversation with my manager, you know, after the after I did the training, and I told him I'm never going to say that to you. Really care what the end result of that's going to be. You know, you can't force that on me. Like I have an understanding of the English word, and I've never heard uh, these words to refer to uh, a person. I'm not gonna start using they or them, grammatically incorrectly. I'm just never gonna do that. I'm gonna continue to apply my common sense grammatically when it comes to the masculine and feminine, based on what I identify in my observation, and I'm not gonna change that based on how someone feels. I'm all for people doing what they want to do, but I'm not for people imposing their beliefs on me that I don't share with them. Um, and I'm starting to see it more and more, like on applications and um, in places you've never seen it before. Where now, they for demographic reasons they want to know whether you're male or female, but now it's like, are you male, female, and then it's other and all this other shit. Like, so since this is a free for all topic, does anybody have any? Because I just feel like there's just so much of an agenda propaganda push to force this on people, and I personally don't agree with it, and I don't want to participate in it.
That's good that you don't want to participate. I wouldn't also. This is new speech.
Paper organist, you sound like you're from another country. What are you from America?
No, I am from Poland.
Are they imposing this, in your country as well?
This is not matter of country. This is a matter of, let's say, worldwide corporations and media, rather. So they are just implementing some things beyond countries. This is not country issue.
Okay, so are you
Europe?
seeing
Okay, go on.
implementation of it in your country?
Yes, it's everywhere, but the resistance is, I think, people don't resist. They are, I think, it is, they count for like 10, 20, 30 years. They are, I think they are calculating for another generation. So they start now, but the effects will be in next generation.
The implementation of it in this country is like impactful. Like I'm a woman, I'm an adult female. I was born a woman, right? And so I think it's really unfair that, like, if I was like in collegiate sports, like the girls who were having to compete against that guy who couldn't compete on the men's swim team. He was like ranked 500 on the men's swim team, and then he just decided, hey, I'm a woman because I just identify, and then I gave him the right to join the female swim team, and he was just blowing them, out of the water. Like I don't think that's fair. I think there has to be there's good reason to have separation in the sexes. Men and women are physiologically different. As a woman, I don't think it's fair to women for men to just say that they're women because they just change their mind. You know what I mean? Like I feel like there's this huge push, and there's this narrative with social media, and it's being implemented with social media and really pushed on children, and now it's like it's all in schools. And what's really dangerous about social media is if you look closely at it, I would say a few years ago, you could, and this is probably right around the time I started looking into the shape of the earth. YouTube used to have accounts not just for the likes but for the dislikes. So you could really tell if something wasn't really trending. You could tell if people opposed it, if they didn't agree with it. but they changed that. And so if you look at Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and even Instagram, there is no count for opposition. So that really gives a false sense of trend no matter what the topic is, right? So if I were to post a video and say, my 3-year-old son is transgender, starting his journey, and put that on social media, you know, and I post a video and it gets 300,000 likes, you would never know if it had 750,000 dislikes because people think that's absurd. You know what I mean? And social media is strategically designed to suppress that for a reason, and that's so that it can push false narratives, agenda, trends. I mean, it's warped into. It's not just about entertainment. It's turned into a very dangerous tool, and it's very effective on the masses, and it's literally augmenting people's ability to use logic and common sense.
I think you are too much positive on that. No,
it's always happened, hasn't it? It's not no different.
People are manipulated by feelings and opinions. So that's it would be good for people to use logic and common sense, but in fact it doesn't work that way in a mass effect. So I think that's why, for example, we are here and we are not very many.
I know that's my point. Like, we're using the tool, but then we have to be careful about what we say. You know, if it's based on logic, if it's based on fact and it's truth, because there's no place for it on certain platforms. Like, you'll literally get banned over it. You use certain words and things like, the freedom of speech is pretty much almost completely, censored. And and Bev, when you chimed in and said it's always been that way, well, social media hasn't always been a thing. And then when it was a thing, there was a counter that showed both sides of people's reaction to something. I think it's very biased to only count one side. If like, our government has a Republican and a Democratic side, and if you're going to take votes and only going to count the Republican votes and the Democratic votes don't get counted, like, that's not a fair representation of what people's position was, right? And that is dangerous, because a lot of people really just want to trend and fit in and belong. And so when you look at that, it gives you a false sense of that's trending. You would know it's not if the dislikes outweigh the number of likes. You know it's absolutely not trending. You know that more people disagree with it than they agree with it. But they've strategically set social media up so you won't know that.
Maybe it was getting out of control with the bots that were just sort of disliking things just because, and that's what they had to keep under control. The snowflakes getting upset.
You can use a bot in the same way. I mean, botting is against their terms of service, whether you use it to like or dislike something. If I want to put a YouTube video out and push my numbers, I can use a bot to do that. But you're supposed to get banned for it. So I don't think that
you can pay for thumbs up and likes and stuff like that, can't you? So you could pay for
my point
downvotes as well, couldn't you? And then they'd all show if somebody didn't like somebody. They could just pay for a load of downvotes. I know, but if they did show.
What I'm saying is you can do either. So you stop, right. So you're right. You could pay a bot to do whatever you want. Give it a like or dislike, right? But they have programs to detect bots and suspend accounts because it's against their terms of service. So I still say,
if you're paying them, though,
count both. You can pay someone to like or dislike a video. So either don't show the number of likes or dislikes, or show them both, because you can apply, you can cheat either one. You can cheat dislikes for whatever your reason is, or you can cheat likes for whatever your reason is. So either count them both, or don't show the total of any of them. Just because when you click the like on a YouTube video, it registers. You just don't know how many other people liked or disliked it. So it's biased. Like it's actually
it's not
biased.
actually. You can see the amount of thumbs up, and then you can see the percentage. So you sort of know how many thumbs down there are.
If you go to any YouTube video, you cannot see how many
You
people
use the
dislike it.
formula, right? And you calculate the thumbs down from the thumbs up in the
Do
percentage.
The maths thing.
Yes.
You cannot tell how many people dislike the video, because you can watch a video and not give it a like or dislike.
Yeah, it does have
There's
likes
no way-
versus dislike, and then there's a percentage.
If you go,
you can
if you
work
go
out
to-
percentage. You were telling us how to do that earlier.
There's
by
nothing on
working
a
the
YouTube
percentage
video-
out.
There's nothing on a YouTube video that shows you any percentage. You get a number of views and you get a number of likes.
Have you
but
got
don't
a
get
YouTube?
A number of dislikes. I do. But you can go to any YouTube channel and look at a video that's got 1 million views and however many likes it has. What you will never see is how many dislikes it has, and that's biased and it's dangerous.
Does everybody not see that?
Any of you can. Just any of you go to. I'll put a
I've just
screenshot
put one
of
in
a
the
YouTube
live
video in
chat
the
there.
chat.
Yeah, likes versus
Yeah.
dislikes, and there's a percentage.
In what chat did you put it in? I don't see it
Honestly,
in the chat.
I cannot see percentage.
You can't.
You cannot.
So it's only
Can I
the
bump in
content
and-
provider that can see it then.
Can I add something to the conversation that has to do with the foundations of it? So this social media like sites, like the known ones and YouTube, as you said, and even Discord, they are not, and they were never meant to be, and I don't know of anyone who claimed them to be, public forums of free speech. They are private companies, and they are a shop that has rules. It sells some services and it makes a profit. I don't see why. I mean, I should ask you probably. Were you under the impression that there were tools for free speech or what?
Just saying it changed. YouTube used to count the number of dislikes, and they removed the number.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying about that. I'm just saying that you mentioned free speech. That's what you mentioned, right? I think that's the nuts and bolts of this discussion. That you don't get free speech in YouTube because there is censorship, and there is fooling around with the actual numbers, right?
Right, you're right. It's absolutely censored, right? But as far as you can't say, you're correct. You can't say whatever you want on their platform, right? You absolutely cannot. But a thumbs up or thumbs down, right? I understand that.
It's their platform. It's not your platform.
And I understand that. And I'm not talking about saying whatever you want in the comment section. I'm talking about you're taking account of likes, and you're giving an opposition, the direct opposite of that, which is dislike, and you're not counting it anymore. If you
read the fine print, though, have you read the fine print?
Have you read the fine print?
Yes. Have you?
Okay. What does the fine print say? No, I haven't. I have not. What does the fine print say?
So, among other things, it says that the number of likes and dislikes is an estimate based on their algorithms and methods. So nobody ever claimed that these are actual hits that have a one-to-one correspondence with a human being that actually clicked the thumbs up or the thumbs down or viewed the video.
I'm not disputing that. All I'm saying is there is no number for dislikes. You can press that button dislike as many times you want. You'll never see a number of 1 or greater. So you'll see a number of thumbs up. And my point was not about their terms of service. I mean, it's their platform. They can do what they want.
The content provider does see that, though, right? It's not as if they disappear.
I can't see it. No, I have my own YouTube channel. I can't see how many people liked
You
my
can't see a
video when I click on the
percentage.
video myself. No.
Oh well, you should go into your
And
studio.
maybe if I go on,
Go-
if I go onto my analytics and do a little digging, I might be able to. I'm not sure.
It's
I've
just
never
on
tried.
the videos. Yeah. Just go to
But
your
if I,
videos and go to
but if
the
I,
right hand side of the thing, and it'll show you likes versus dislikes, and there's a percentage.
I can see my own video and I can see my likes, but I can't see the number of dislikes.
No,
Where
you
do you
can
see
see a
the number of
percentage
dislikes?
though. Like you were explaining earlier, we know how to work out percentages.
Where can you see the percentage? I don't see any percentage.
I'm pretty sure I just posted it in the chat, but I mean, yeah, I'll put it in again. Look at
I
the
didn't see
right
anything.
hand side of your videos. It says views, live viewers, comments, and then likes versus dislikes, and then there's a percentage.
Where do you see the dislikes though?
It's a percentage of likes versus dislikes.
See the
Okay.
second one where it says
Okay. I see. Where do you see that at though? Where do you actually pull that up at?
In your studio.
It's in your studio. Okay. I didn't know you could actually pull that up, but that's being concealed from anybody else who looks at the video. So I can see that as the content creator, right?
Yes.
But my point wasn't about the content creator knowing it, but that's good to know. Thank you. I didn't know that. But for what I said was the social media is being used as a tool to give people a false sense of something trending because it won't show the people who are looking at the video. You can't see these percentages if you go look at a video,
No, but
and you
it does
can't see
tell
the
the
number of
content
dislikes.
creator whether their videos are doing well or not. If there's more downvotes, then they know to change their content up a bit. It is all about the content creator, right? On these platforms.
Yeah, but that's not the point.
They
that
do
I'm making.
actually want people to create content, and they do
Right,
want
but
those people to be watched.
that's not the point that I'm making. Initially, when YouTube first came out, you could see the number of likes versus dislikes. Anybody could. You could pull up your own video. You could see the count as a viewer or as the content creator. So now you're seeing where you can go look behind the scenes. If you own the content, you can see what your metrics are as the content creator.
Yes.
But what's happening in mainstream society is agendas are being pushed with media outlets, on YouTube to push agendas, and it gives people the false narrative that this is only being liked, and you can't see the dislikes. And I say that's dangerous because they're not showing you the people are pressing that dislike button, but you can only see that if you're the content creator. You can only see, you'd have to break down and do the math to see the percentage. I think that's very nefarious, and I see why they do it, because then you can't, like, for example, how people felt about certain things that, like, let's say the government posts a video about you should get the vaccine and this is why you should get it, and then 150,000 people like it. What if 500,000 people were like, I didn't like it? But they don't want people to see that. They don't want people to see that contrast of who's going against whatever is being put out. And so they just made it that way for everything, whether it's the news.
Yeah, but now you said the V word, so the live is on danger of getting a strike.
What?
Because this is streamed live in YouTube right now. You're live in YouTube, right?
You can't say the word, that word on live stream. Are you serious?
Well, if you veer too much into the topic.
This is my live stream, right? Like, I know you don't really care about anything like that. And you're being nice and edgy and all of that sort of stuff.
I didn't know you can't say that word.
Else's stuff.
I didn't know you can't say that word while you're streaming, because I stream all the time and I've never got banned. We have discussions while we're gaming all the time. I've never got banned for that.
You have discussions while you're gaming.
Yeah, I live stream and game all the time.
To YouTube.
I have a YouTube channel. I stream on YouTube and Twitch. But I didn't know you couldn't say that word. Now, I understand you can't, they'll ban you if you're putting out false information, but I didn't know you couldn't say the word and you get banned. So my apologies. I won't say it again.
I didn't know it was that serious.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Yeah, you may even get a strike without never knowing why you got a strike.
And
Their
that's
platform,
crazy.
their rules. You see?
That's crazy. I didn't know it was in their terms of service that you couldn't say that word. I haven't read that anywhere. I didn't know that. I know that you'll get banned for giving out misinformation. I know they're doing that.
I don't know where you heard that it's on their terms of services not to say certain words, but it is on the terms of service that they may remove videos at their discretion should
And you
they
think and
deem
you
that
think
they violate community guidelines.
so saying the word is a violation of the community guideline? Not saying the word
I
to give out
I
any
don't
information about the
I don't
word.
own YouTube, and I don't partake in YouTube policy making, so I don't know what to answer
Right.
you to
So I'm
what
saying
you're
I
asking.
didn't know you couldn't say the word, and if that puts your channel in jeopardy, then I apologize for saying it. I didn't know that was an issue. I've done it before, and I haven't had an issue with it.
All right, can we get off the topic now then?
Yeah,
It's pointless
sounds like
keep
a very
going
good
over
idea,
it.
that one. Yeah.
I don't think this debate's going to happen, actually. Hopefully, we can reschedule or schedule sometime.
What's going on?
What's the debate that is not going to happen?
Ryan's had a very serious emergency, so hopefully he's okay. And she's putting an open invite out to a new Glover from the chat.
Did you say Glover?
A Glover. That's what she's put there. Yeah. Invite to a new Glover from chat. If I don't hear back from one in the next 10 minutes, and that was 3 minutes ago, so 7 minutes, probably not going to happen.
Sound check.
Oh, look, J-Ro's done some maths for me to work out that 0.25 of a dislike. It's good, isn't it? It's good how it works like that. The algorithm. Always trust the numbers.
Oh, Danny Glover. Okay. Now I get it. Danny Glover and Danny DeVito with a Glover. Danny with a Glover.
Wasn't that whose DJ was that? Way back. The glove. I think it was Ice-T's. It was Ice-T's DJ back in go on.
No, I'm uninformed. I don't know.
Okay, thanks for the update. A reschedule.
So, Bev, you have 0.25 dislikes.
Yeah. Yeah, a quarter of a dislike. Always trust the YouTube algorithm numbers and the percentages.
I am wondering, how can you use quarter of your car?
How can you click a quarter of a thumbs down? Not a whole one.
So obviously you haven't heard of spherical percentage rates. Okay.
modern day debate. It's modern day. It's not an old day or an ancient day, but it's a modern day debate.
Yeah, we've just been started going over the modern day sophist and how they seem to talk for hours with no argument whatsoever. Always try and flip everything round and end up like being a dead snowflakey, saying you're being the aggressor.
I tried to follow a little bit of this. I had to switch it off after a few seconds. It was unbearable for me. Yeah, sorry.
It has to be taught though, right? Because I mean, I'm pretty sure there's people that have been around here for years and been listening to this. It's been developed, hasn't it? In these arenas, this non-argument, circular non-argument, batting it back from one to the other from either side. Well, either side. I think it's same team, to be honest. I think they've all come together.
Yeah. Maybe they were rubbing their hands like, ha ha ha, there is another stupid flat earther coming here and we're gonna destroy him. And then because they got served in the past, maybe they decided to look up a few of your a little bit of your content, and then they had an emergency and they couldn't show up.
Right, that's it. There's no debate tonight. Surprise, surprise. Sorry, people. I bet they've been listening in. Yeah.
No debate. Yeah.
Reschedule for some other time. I don't know whether anybody's on that actual thing and seeing whether somebody else has turned up or whether they just couldn't find anybody for me. Oh, well. 'Tis a pity. Sorry for that, people. It was a bit of a letdown. We normally stay up till about this sort of time anyway.
But there is a hope that this time nobody will tell that you are fleeing from debate.
Running from the debate.
So did I hear right? There's no debate tonight?
I don't think so. I think Ryan's had an emergency come up. Hope he's okay. And they don't seem to be able to find anybody else to take his place.
I think you're all wrong. I think the bleed over from the Leaky Hawkins debate is like, no more debate.
Like, yeah, that's it. We've ended them. How can anybody possibly debate again?
Yeah, but that was up there before. Why would they even ask Bev to do a debate? They'd already had that debacle.
Yeah.
Seems strange to me. Seems strange to me. I don't know who that was that was speaking, but we were listening to it on YouTube in the car, and I literally, like a minute before whoever said, they probably looked at some of your content and said, "Whoa, we need to back out of this shit fast." That's literally what I said to my wife. So,
I don't.
100% with you there.
I don't think so. I think they watched the Leaky Hawkins debate and were like, "Can't top that. Game's over." I'm joking.
Yeah, we're not going to have that much drama if we have this Bev guy in here.
What about for the likes and dislikes? What about if you get given a value of how big your thumb up is? That could lead to the discrepancy within it. I mean, like if you've been a bit naughty and stuff, you might only get a 0.8 of a thumbs up whenever you're doing that to people. Who knows?
So that you're saying they should do a 5-star thumbs up or a 1-star thumbs up?
Yeah, you should be able to level up your thumbs up to full maximum thumb.
Maximum thumbs up, man.
It's a great idea. That is an awesome. Yeah, you need to
level
put that
up
out
your
there.
thumbs.
It's like, what's all the reviews you read? If I could give 0 stars, I would. But,
Yeah.
you know, you can give a 1-star thumbs up or a thumbs down.
Blue Marble's doing some maths for us. Thanks, Blue. Helping out. We like it. It's always good to have various opinions helping out with mathematics in the background. Thumbs up. Percentages.
Where is he? I don't see him in the chat.
No, he left the server earlier because Mobius went, "Watch out, Blue," and Blue went, "Whoa, watch this," and left. Very strange. But
Poor guy.
he's still in the YouTube chat. Can't keep away.
Poor guy. Yeah.
Right. I am off to bed. Thank you very much. Good
Thank
night.
you very much.
Me too. See you later, guys. Have a good one.
See you later. What about that, Blue? Would you want to go and do... I could do level is horizontal and horizontal's a parallel, and you could do your stolen concept thing. We'd set it up on modern day. That'd be fucking great, wouldn't it? But actually, no, not straight after Mobius. That'd be too much. Something to think about in the future, Blue. Much better than somebody called Ryan. Nobody's heard of before. I hope he's okay, though. Never like to see emergencies on people. Hopefully it'll give us a chance to set up a proper debate, though, for next time. Well, I don't know. We're going to shut it down. I don't know whether to go into, because I might even have a little look at the leaky debate. See how well that's done.
Yes, please.
So yeah, if you want to come and have a bit of a watch party, we'll have a little blast over it. Maybe the rest of it in tomorrow. Buster, are you guitared up, ready for a... Or do you want us to...
I could do a song.
Nice. Always. Well, it'll be next week for us, so hopefully if anything happens over the weekend, you see anything, we'll click live and go live and start do stuff like that. Next week, I don't know what's going to be happening with Model Affliction Monday. We'll have to see what we can do.
Oh, what should I do?
Anything's fucking brilliant, Buster. It doesn't really matter.
I'll give you a choice between 2 Model Affliction Blues or the 2 Conflicting Truths.
Oh, I like rhymed. 2 Conflicting Truths.
All right, here we go. Is this it? We ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. Here we go. I did write this song.
Everybody's got a path to choose. You can critically think or give yourself to accepted information too. Well, you got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Hold fast to what you know. Don't let their opinions throw you off. You got to stay the course you're on. Well, you got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Well, there comes a time you have to choose. You can't hold two conflicting truths. Eliminate the wrong path to take. You'll find the answers that you need. Contemplate before you make your choice. You've got to let your voice be heard. You'll never see this place again. You've got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. But try not to enable their thoughts. They got enough problem with this bridge to cross. Doesn't matter what I say, they're doomed. You've got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. There comes a time you have to choose. You can't hold two conflicting truths. Eliminate the wrong path to take. You'll find the knowledge that you seek. Eliminate the wrong path to take. You'll find the answers that you need.
World famous Buster gets better.